Chapter 762. Xianyuan Qingfeng raised his head and glanced at him coldly. She was such a mean woman that no one liked her. Su Fengnian quietly waited for her to make her move. He said slowly, "Don't you find it strange that Su Xiao could make it this far? My master once said that when Su Xiao joined the army early on in the Tu Liao, he had no choice but to do so. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he only had less than 1,000 men under his command. And after Su Xiao got older, he liked to talk to me about his past. He talked about how he was handsome and elegant when he was young, how many girls liked him, how he pulled a big bow and killed a fierce tiger. I didn't really believe these things, but he said that he was used to washing his face with snow, that he could taste fish from grass and tree bark, and that when he woke up, he always felt like he could see the souls of the dead. I believed him. In the past, I always used the phrase "a real man doesn't talk about his past glory" to rebuke him. For some reason, now I really want to hear him talk about his past. Xianyuan Qingfeng thought about how to place a chess piece, but his arm remained suspended in the air. Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "Now everyone in Beiliang knows that I once went to Beimang alone and accomplished several great things. Actually, there were many times I was scared to death over there. When I met Tuoba Chunsun, who was accompanied by 2 great demons, I almost thought I was dead. When I met Luo Yang, who was practically the ruler of the entire world, I also thought I almost died in the Great Qin dynasty's imperial mausoleum. In the Ruran Mountains, I faced the 5th raccoon of Mount Bubang, which was slightly better. I used to wonder how Su Xiao could become the king of Beiliang. It was only after my 3 travels that I began to understand that being a man is actually just walking with your head down. Who knows, one day, you might be able to raise your head and touch the sky." Su Fengnian stretched out his hand, indicating for the confident Mount Insignia mountain chieftain to continue playing chess. "I'm embarrassed to say these words to others, but you're different. In the end, we're the same kind of people, so I know that you'll definitely let it go in one ear and out the other. After Xianyuan Qingfeng placed a chess piece, he looked at the chess board and felt some regret. Su Fengnian laughed. If you want to take back a chess piece, then take it back. That Su Xiao, that stinking chess piece, didn't take back 10 or 20 moves when playing chess with me. That can't even be called chess. Xianyuan Qingfeng really did pick up that white piece, and conveniently picked up a few black pieces as well. The originally deadlocked chess game immediately tipped to one side. Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked, "What are you laughing at?" Su Fengnian laughed generously. "I was thinking that in the future, when you become the unprecedented female Wulin Alliance chief, there will definitely be several young and outstanding Jianghu talents who will fall in love with you and be willing to pledge their lives to you. Then I was thinking that even though I'm not a member of the Jianghu, I'm actually able to sit in the same carriage and play chess with you. Moreover, you're taking back a chess piece without any sense of propriety. I found it very interesting." Xianyuan Qingfeng laughed coldly. "Boring." Su Fengnian shook his head. "That's not right." Xianyuan Qingfeng turned hostile as soon as he said so. Without rhyme or reason, he asked with an angry expression, "Is it the words or the face?" Su Fengnian laughed heartily. "You finally remember how I secretly mocked you back then?" When they first met, Su Fengnian had once said that Xianyuan Qingfeng's appearance was not right. Xianyuan Qingfeng raised 2 fingers, holding a chess piece between them. From the looks of it, he was going to reward Su Fengnian with a Xian finger if they didn't agree. Su Fengnian's expression was casual. "But to tell you the truth, if you had even half of your charm and bearing back then, I guarantee that I wouldn't have said those words. The first time I wandered the Jianghu, my mind was filled with the image of a beautiful female hero falling from the sky, falling in love with me at first sight, and then walking the Jianghu with me. I felt that it was a very honorable thing, and it angered those young Jianghu heroes to death. Now, thanks to your good fortune, I've fulfilled one of my wishes." Xianyuan Qingfeng's expression was strange. "How can someone like you fake the Xian finger and celestial phenomenon?" Su Fengnian placed down a chess piece, reversing the situation a bit. He lowered his head and said, "I'm reminding you not to open my scars." Before Xianyuan Qingfeng placed down a chess piece, he picked up a few more black pieces. Su Fengnian raised his head and glared at him. "Xianyuan Qingfeng, aren't you bored?" Xianyuan Qingfeng's expression was one of righteousness, making Su Fengnian, who knew that reasoning with her was pointless, feel extremely sullen. Then, he kept retracting his chess pieces and placing them down. After leaving the Mawei post inn, Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had hung the imperial jade seal of West Chu on his wrist when he entered the carriage, instantly exploded with yin qi. Su Fengnian was well aware. He turned around and lifted the curtain, seeing a Confucian dressed in blue standing far away on a secluded road. Shifting his gaze slightly, he saw a field of white snow. A woman was squatting in the snow. She had probably built a snowman out of childishness. Su Fengnian didn't get off the carriage. He took the imperial jade seal from Xianyuan Qingfeng's hand and gently tossed it back to its owner. The carriage brushed past the Confucian sage. Chao Chongqing, who had carefully placed the imperial jade seal in his sleeve, said in a warm voice, "Han Diaosi has declared that he will meet you within 1,000 li, 500 li away. He will fight to the death." Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at the guy who unexpectedly didn't get off the carriage. "You won't even see him once? If it's really as Li Yufu said, we'll forget each other in the martial world." Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Xianyuan Qingfeng clicked his tongue a few times. "That subjugated princess even wanted to kill. Some of it was towards you, but most likely towards me." Su Fengnian cleaned up the mess and put the 90-odd black and white pieces back into the box. Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled and asked, "Have you ever thought about what you would do if West Chu were to one day revive their country and be defeated like your black pieces? Would you watch helplessly as she ended up like the Sword Emperor of West Chu, with her sword broken and her body dead? Then you would think about it in your spare time and never tell anyone? Su Fengnian raised his head and looked at the she-devil. She returned his gaze and stared at him sharply. You don't dare to think about it? Su Fengnian smiled. Su Fengnian quietly put away the pieces and put down the chessboard. He sat up straight and still. If that day really comes, I will make sure that the Beimang cavalry can't enter Beiliang. I will take all available Beiliang cavalry and go straight to West Chu. I will let the world know that I can bully Jianghu, but you can't. I, Su Fengnian, am a man of my word. Chapter 763. The capital was decorated with lanterns and colored banners to welcome the new winter, and to congratulate the princes for leaving the capital and becoming vassals. On this day, Dusk was like a woman who had just woken up and wanted to speak, taking off her clothes extremely slowly. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes got off the carriage and stepped on the afterglow as he slowly walked into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, there was not a single self-proclaimed glutton. They were all blocked by the wooden sign outside the door, and had come in high spirits only to return in disappointment. Fortunately, everyone in the capital knew that the proprietress of the Jiao restaurant was even more arrogant than the royal family, so they were used to it. The diners who came to the street around the same time as the man saw that someone had actually entered the restaurant and wanted to follow in to try their luck. In the end, they were blocked by a few retainers holding the hilts of their knives. After catching a glimpse of the retainers' scabbards wrapped in golden silk thread, they were scared into silence and immediately retreated. The pretty widow surnamed Hong slowly lifted the curtain. The mutton hotpot was already steaming. She only carried some secret seasoning bowls and plates and placed them on the table. The man raised his left hand and gestured for the woman to sit down. He then picked up a piece of mutton but meat with his chopsticks and put it into the pot. After a while, he did not take his chopsticks back. The woman who had not sat down did her best to restrain her anger and said in a flat tone, "Don't waste the meat." Hearing this, the man took his chopsticks back and slowly dipped them in various exquisite bowls and plates before putting them into his mouth. He nodded. It was indeed a unique flavor. He kept chewing the most authentic mutton hotpot in the capital, but did not open his mouth to speak. The woman just stood there with a straight face. After finishing the mutton but meat in the porcelain plate, which looked very tempting just by looking at the texture, the man put down his chopsticks and finally raised his head to say, "Hong Cho, have you ever thought that in today's world, every place within the reach of the Liang imperial court's decree, all the people within the jurisdiction have benefited from Sun Ping without exception? All of this is due to his death, due to me not saving him back then, and due to the guilt I felt towards him after I ascended the throne." The woman who was addressed by the current emperor sneered, "Hong Cho is only a woman with long hair and short knowledge. She doesn't care about the big picture. She only knows that without a man, she can only resent those bastards who killed him. The reason why I didn't pour a few kilograms of arsenic into the pot today is because I know it won't kill you." The emperor retracted his gaze. There was a fragrance in the mist that was not greasy. After a day of hard work, he only felt comfortable after eating a dozen chopsticks. He did not care about the woman's angry words and resentment. He said softly, "Zhao Sui, the prince of Jiaodong, said a few words to him, and I made him lose all his military power." The woman laughed out loud. "You are the son of heaven. Is there anything you don't dare to do?" The emperor smiled and said, "You think too highly of me. There are many things in the world that cannot be done. I do not dare to touch Su Xiao. Su Xiao's son is right in front of my eyes. I still have to endure." She sneered and said, "The person who sits on the dragon throne has the nerve to fight a battle of wits with a child." The emperor waved his hand to wave away the hot air that hit him in the face. He tilted his head and said, "When I was a child, I still had to be on tenterhooks and live with my tail between my legs. The scholars of Great Peace City all complain that it is not easy to live in the capital. I always find it funny because only the imperial palace is not easy in the world. The officials think about whether or not they can live well. In the imperial palace, they think about whether or not they can live. Before I ascended the throne, I told myself that I wouldn't let all my children live like their father. But after I became the emperor, I realized that there was a limit to human power. The Son of Heaven, in the end, is still an ordinary person. Every family has its own difficulties. I am the head of the family, Su Xiao is, and you, Hong Chou, are also half a head. You must have many grievances running this restaurant. For example, you carefully and conscientiously buy the best lamb, the best soup base, and the best seasoning. You think that the price is fair and you get what you pay for. But after the customers eat too much, they will feel that your family's lamb hotpot is just that. They may even curse you behind your back that your wife is black-hearted. Or maybe there is a problem with the relay route to Great Peace City that causes you to run out of goods. When you have to close, they will curse you even more for being unkind. Why is it that other restaurants open every day while your Jianghu restaurant thinks that you are the boss? It is hard to guarantee that they will not leave behind some unpleasant words. Putting yourself in other people's shoes is the heart of Buddha. This is the principle, but isn't it a valuable principle because it is easy to say but hard to do? Also, these principles are the most prickly in the world. Many people are not willing to listen to them because if you say it, others cannot do it. It is especially painful. After I became the emperor, I received more direct memorials that Zhu Guo had accumulated over the years than during the Great Snow of Lidong. Only then did I understand the feeling. Chapter 764. The emperor didn't turn to look at the woman's face. He continued, Zhao Ji doesn't have a woman to talk to, and I know you don't like what she did back then. I don't have any other intentions this time. I just want to tell you on her behalf that what she did was wrong, but if she did it again, she would still make the same choice. But in her heart, she would still feel the same as I did when I knew she was wrong. People are not plants, they all have compassion. I'm not saying this to ask you to forgive Zhao Ji, just like when you first met her. All these years in the palace, the bronze mirror she used was still the one you gave her back then. She remembered clearly that it cost 8 silver coins. The emperor, who was known for his diligence and frugality, stood up and walked to the door with a smile. He stopped and said, I have to admit one thing. I'm very jealous that Su Xiao was able to talk with the previous emperor and even didn't forget to leave a will before he died. Su Xiao must be killed as soon as possible. First, it's good for the stability of the imperial court. Second, he can see Su Xiao in the underworld earlier. If there really is a Yin Ming Fengdu, they can continue to conquer the underworld together. With Su Xiao's help, he can laugh at the king of hell. Otherwise, without this meritorious general, he won't be at ease. But if Su Xiao's son grows up, you must treat him well. It's a pity that I, as his son, couldn't do the 2 things the old man asked for before he died. Walking out of the restaurant, the emperor didn't rush to get into the carriage. He walked slowly by the frozen river. On the river, there were many naughty children chiseling the ice to catch fish against their parents' orders. The retainers of the imperial court didn't dare to get close. They just followed from afar. Only Lu Hao walked 5 steps away from the emperor. The emperor said casually, Lu Hao, a group of promising children of the Lu family have been sent to the capital. Don't worry. Since he had been respectfully addressed as Lu Hao's teacher, the old celestial state master didn't bother to thank the emperor. He just nodded. The emperor stopped and stood by the river. He cupped his hands and said to himself, Su Xiao, if your son dies before you, I'll give you a perfect title. But if I were to die before you and kill the innocent, Zhen would give you such a well-deserved title. The grass withers, the eagle's eyes are sharp, the snow is gone, the horse's hooves are light. On the post-house road, there were 2 carriages heading south at high speed. In the sky, there was a mystical green and white one piercing through the clouds. He went to the Shangyin Academy. When the melon is ripe, it will fall. If he didn't pick it now, it would be too late. Su Fengnian had always wanted to turn Wutongan into another spring snow building in Guangling. Although it was not impossible to operate without her, he knew that oil and salt were expensive when he was in charge. Moreover, Su Fengnian did not want the girl who liked to carry the white cat to be looked down upon in Shangyin Academy. At this time, Su Fengnian and Blue Bird were sitting back to back, enjoying the scenery along the way. Wu, the man of sacrifice, was a young man. The two carriages were running side by side on the wide road. Blue Bird always gave others an unapproachable appearance, but once they were accepted by her naturally, it could be said that she was very considerate. She made a gesture to the young man. Wu grinned and the two jumped up to exchange carriages. Su Fengnian moved slightly and sat sideways behind the young man. Wu wanted to say something but stopped, so he couldn't swing the whip so smoothly. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you have something to say, say it." The young man who didn't even have a name asked softly, "Young master, I don't like the woman in purple in the carriage. I hate her from the bottom of my heart." Su Fengnian asked curiously, "Why?" Wu, the young man, was a straightforward person. Since he had opened his mouth, he poured beans out of a bamboo tube. He complained, "Who is this woman? Isn't she just a female bandit from a small mountain? What right does she have to be so arrogant in front of young master? If it were me, I would have kicked her off the carriage. She isn't satisfied at all. Even if she is doing business with young master, she is still taking advantage of you. Why is it that when it comes to you, she becomes a big figure? You make it sound like she is the empress. Young master, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you can't spoil a woman like this. Besides, there is nothing good about her. I have glanced at her a few times, but I didn't see if her buttocks were raised or her breasts were bigger. Only her face is acceptable. But young master, who are you? You are an indomitable spirit. In this world, other than you, who would dare to kill the emperor's son? Young master, don't you think so?" Su Fengnian laughed loudly. "Where did you learn this flattering skill from? It's a mess." Wu turned around with a face full of resentment. "Young master, I am being serious." Su Fengnian retracted most of his smile. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. It was a pity that it was not snowing, so there was no beautiful scene of snowflakes. He smiled softly. "Actually, it is not just you. No one would like a woman like her." Wu waved his horse whip. "That's right. Then young master, why do you always go along with her? Don't tell me you have really fallen for her. Then I have to say something. Young master, you are blind this time. It is not worth it." Su Fengnian was not afraid that the woman in the carriage would be angry. He leaned his head against the wall. "Before last year, there were not many people in the world who liked me. We are all in the same boat." Wu had a confused expression. He knew that young master was making sense, but he did not understand. He only made an "oh" sound and reluctantly accepted it. Su Fengnian joked, "Many people and things are like a woman who is pregnant for 10 months. You have to wait. You can't rush it." Young man Wu chuckled and said, "Young master, if you make that woman pregnant and then leave, you'll be able to vent your anger." Su Fengnian used his Baoyang scabbard to smack the youth's head. "You don't know the difference between life and death. She is a female devil at the finger-profound realm." Su Fengnian was a little puzzled. The insignia mountain chieftain in the carriage was unexpectedly not angry. She did not even bother to make a sound. Inside the carriage, the purple-clothed woman was looking at herself in the mirror. It was like the sound of ice being swallowed by water. Chapter 765. It was snowing lightly. This year in the south, there were snowflakes as big as a child's hand that were rarely seen. Under the heavy snow, it was difficult to travel on the courier road. There was still a day's journey to Shangyin Academy. The two carriages traveled at a fast pace. The heavy snow blocked the road. When they arrived at a manor near a lake, they took a detour a few li to find a lodging. Looking at the heavy snow, it seemed like it wouldn't stop for 2 or 3 days. If they didn't stay for one night, they would have to continue their journey. This was because the path from the official courier road to the private residence was particularly bumpy. In fact, with the cultivation of the Zhu Pao otherworldly item and Wang Xiaoping of Wudong, they could easily melt the several feet of snow on the road. However, that would be too shocking. Su Fengnian also didn't want to act so ostentatiously. 5 or 6 li of snow actually took nearly 2 hours to travel. There was a plaque with golden words hanging at the entrance of the manor. Su Fengnian was a knowledgeable person. With one glance, he could tell that this plaque was written by Dong Fu, who wrote the 4th line of the world, the sacrificial text for deer reaping. Yuyan Mountain Manor was a big manor that had produced a father and son Wulin Alliance master. Their family had a long history. It was one of the few sects in Jianghu that had dominated Jianghu with the strength of a single family. They cultivated both internally and externally, and were good at qi cultivation and sword forging. Yuyan Mountain Manor's Dragon Rock incense burner was once as famous as the Tangxi sword furnace that forged the Bashio sword, but the Tangxi sword furnace was now in ruins. Although the Dragon Rock incense burner did not follow in the footsteps of the Dragon Rock incense burner, it was a pity that it had been closed for 20 or 30 years. In the past 60 years, this manor had never produced any outstanding talents. It was only supported by the accumulated kindness of its ancestors. However, within the boundaries of a province, it was still worthy of being called the leader of Jianghu and could not be underestimated. Su Fengnian got off the carriage. The manor was sweeping the snow in front of its door. Even though it was snowing heavily, the manor still had servants diligently sweeping the snow every few hours. This caused the snow on the ground to be thin, which was enough to show its foundation. When the 2 carriages came to visit the villa under this kind of heaven-defying circumstances, the gatekeeper, who was warming himself with the fireplace in the side room near the gate, hurriedly ran out, for fear of neglecting the guests. Yuyan Mountain Villa had always had a good reputation, and was considerate and meticulous to the servants. After winter, before it snowed, they had already sent out mink hats and thick clothes, as well as an extra bag of silver to keep out the cold. As the gatekeeper of the main gate, Jianghu could be considered a small leader, and was also the face of the villa. The quality of his mink hat was exceptionally good, and he was also able to wear a fox fur coat. Even an ordinary official of a county may not have such an imposing manner. Jianghu welcomed and sent off people, and had seen many people of the government in the martial arts world. The 2 carriages were not out of the ordinary, and were the handiwork of a small family. But the men and women really made Jianghu, who had trained his fiery eyes, jump in fright. The young man in the lead had white hair, white fur, and white boots. There was a simple blade hanging from his waist, and a pair of red phoenix eyes. He was so handsome that it was out of control. The young master of the villa could already be considered a rare handsome man, but seemed to be inferior to him. Beside the white-haired young man stood the purple-clothed woman. Not to mention her appearance, that strange and deep aura, why was it like the old villa master he had seen when he was young? Why did he feel fear and dread from the bottom of his heart? After just one glance, he did not dare to look any more. Behind the young man and woman, there was a robust young man, as well as a withered man whose depth could not be determined. There was also an old Confucian scholar who was shivering in the cold and stamping his feet. Jianghu muttered in his stomach. They were all unfamiliar faces. Could it be that it was almost the new year, and they had come to the villa to borrow a sword to observe the sword? Yuyan Mountain Villa had a lot of hidden swords, and all of them were extraordinary. Many famous swordsmen in Jianghu liked to borrow swords here to feast their eyes. The current villa master had a generous personality and had friends all over the world. It was fine to observe the sword, but if you met someone who wanted to borrow a sword, you would not be able to return it. This caused the number of hidden swords in the villa to dwindle day by day. The old villa master had passed down more than 90 famous swords, but now there was less than half left. This was because the virtuous madam did not hesitate to quarrel with the villa master several times, and with great difficulty, she sealed a few of the sharpest peerless swords into the old sword furnace. Otherwise, they would have been ruined by the people of Jianghu. Su Fengnian lightly clasped his fists and said with a little guilt, "It just so happens that the snow is blocking the road, so I am unable to continue south. I am Su Fengnian, and have long heard of the great name of Yuyan Mountain Villa. I have shamelessly come to stay here for a day or two. I hope you can forgive me." Jianghu heard the accent of Great Peace City, and did not sound like someone who had deliberately come to ask for a famous sword. He felt relieved. The villa master liked to welcome guests from all over the world. Jianghu had been influenced by him, and the servants had also been influenced by him. As long as it was not those so-called swordsmen who liked to fish for compliments and take advantage of others, Jianghu was not disgusted. In addition, these people in front of him had an extraordinary aura, and their words and mannerisms did not have the arrogance and conceit of an aristocratic family. Jianghu was also a little closer to them. He was hesitating whether to ask them to wait for a moment so that his subordinates could go and report, but he felt that it was inappropriate for these guests who had come from afar to wait outside in the snow. If they were really the children of aristocratic families, then it would attract unnecessary trouble to Yuyan Mountain Villa. But if he took the initiative to lead them in, and if something happened, then he, as a little gatekeeper, could not afford to be offended. Just as Jianghu was in a dilemma, the young master surnamed Su had already smiled and said, "I will trouble Mr. to inform the villa master that I will wait here quietly. If there is any inconvenience, then it is fine." Su Qi was able to see Dong Fu's semi-cursive, so he came in high spirits. Even if he did not enter, he would still leave in high spirits. Jianghu did not dare to speculate about the personality of this young master, but he paid attention to the details and was very sensible. Jianghu felt comfortable in his heart, and respectfully clasped his fists in return. Taking advantage of the situation, he said with a smile, "If I may be so bold as to ask young Master Su to wait for a moment, Jianghu will personally go and inform the villa master." Su Fengnian stretched out a hand, indicating that the gatekeeper did not need to pay attention to them. Then he quietly stood in the wind and snow, looking up from afar to admire the golden words, "Yuyan Mountain Villa," on the plaque. It was smooth and full, and deeply understood the realm of neutrality and peace. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Jianghu trotted out. His pace was quick, light, and not impatient. It was obvious that he was a martial artist who had come to visit, and was not comparable to those people in Jianghu who randomly made up a few sets of skills and called themselves heroes. Behind him was an old man who looked like a housekeeper. After seeing Su Fengnian and the others, he clasped his fists and said in a clear voice, "Young Master Su, please come in. This time, Yuyan Mountain Villa has been disrespectful. I am Zhang Han, and I will lead the way for young master. The house has already set up a stove and warmed up a few pots of yellow wine." Su Fengnian smiled and returned the greeting, "Su Fengnian has disturbed you in advance. Let me first thank you for your kindness in lodging at Yuyan Mountain Villa." The housekeeper hurriedly led the way and waved his hand with a smile, "Young Master Su, there is no need to be so polite. It is just that we have not received you well. I hope young master can speak freely. Although Yuyan Mountain Villa is not an aristocratic family, as long as an important guest comes to visit, we have never been stingy with our hospitality." Chapter 766. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. The group of people followed Zhang Han over the threshold of the side door. It was reasonable that the main door was not open. A mansion's ceremonial door was not open to just anyone. Just like Bailiang Palace, the number of times the ceremonial door was opened could be counted on one hand. Those who received this honor were all top figures in the Liang dynasty, whether in the light or in the dark. Su Fengnian and the others, who were strangers to Yuyan Mountain Villa, were able to invite the chief steward to personally come out to greet them. This kind of treatment was not shabby. After Su Fengnian passed through the door, he gave a knowing smile. There was a secret unknown to others. Old Huang's sword box contained 6 swords. One of them came from the Dragon Rock incense burner in Yuyan Mountain Villa and was named Agarwood. After passing through seemingly endless corridors and buildings, they finally arrived at a courtyard by the lake. The words, Qi Shui, were carved on the stone of the courtyard. It was really suitable for the scenery. Even Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was born in a superior family, could not find anything wrong with it. Before entering the courtyard, he also looked back at the snowy dragon-jumping lake. Yuyan Mountain Villa was near a mountain and a river. Crouching Tiger Mountain extended into the water, like a sleeping tiger resting. Looking into the distance, there was a pavilion built on top of the mountain to admire the lake. In addition to the 2 young maids who took care of the courtyard all year round, Zhang Han also specially brought a few maids who did not work in Qi Shui's courtyard. They were all good-looking. Perhaps they knew that they had brought family members. There were 5 or 6 maids inside and outside the courtyard. They all had a demure and dignified temperament, not the kind who could be seen at a glance. Zhang Han entered the courtyard but did not enter the room. With a smile, he said to Su Fengnian, "Young Master Su, the Manor Lord unfortunately has something to do and cannot come to see you immediately. Young Master Su, please forgive him." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I should have gone to see the Manor Lord personally. If the Manor Lord came personally, I would feel really guilty. Old Mr. Zhang, you only need to tell me when the Manor Lord is free and I will go personally to thank him. I did not expect the snow to block the road and delay the schedule. I had no choice but to stay in a hurry. The gift is too light. I am really ashamed." Zhang Han was in a good mood. He laughed and said, "You are a guest. Young Master Su is too polite, too polite." Honestly speaking, Zhang Han was truly infuriated by those dogs-hit pugilistic experts. They might seem carefree, but as soon as they met the Manor Lord, they would address him as their brother and boast shamelessly. They were so shrewd that even he, the head butler of the manor, felt ashamed of his inferiority. They would stay in the manor for anywhere from a few days to a few months, eating and drinking for free. Their table manners were terrible, and the slightest negligence would cause them to run over to the Manor Lord and speak sarcastically. There was once a famous swordsman in his 50s who actually dared to humiliate the maidservants of the manor. As for those swordsmen and rangers who came because of the Manor Lord's reputation, they were all here for the sword hidden in the manor. They were all scheming against the Manor Lord, and Zhang Han was ultimately just a servant. Even if he hardened his heart to play the role of the villain, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Thus, the Manor Lord was a good person who couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Zhang Han was ultimately just a servant, and even if he hardened his heart to play the role of the villain, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Today, meeting such a polite and tactful young Master Su made Zhang Han feel more at ease. After all, if Yuyan Mountain Manor wanted to make a comeback, they needed those down-to-earth Jianghu friends. The more the better. If the Manor Lord's father was a disciple of an official with real power, it would be a great blessing to Yuyan Mountain Manor. Zhang Han left quietly. The 5 maids' beautiful eyes rippled. They could not help but take a few more glances at the young master in the fox fur coat. He was really handsome. Moreover, it was not the kind of handsome that was made up of makeup, but filled with a heroic spirit. The 3 outer courtyard maids originally had some complaints. Who would be willing to serve an outsider in this cold weather? After seeing Su Fengnian with their own eyes, they were filled with joy. Their beautiful faces were overflowing with joy. This made the young man Wu secretly happy. I knew that his young master would be popular wherever he went. He could not help but glare at the woman in purple. The latter was keenly aware of the young man of sacrifice's gaze. Their gazes crossed. It was unclear what was going on. At the very least, there was not much killing intent. The young man was stunned for a moment. Did this ghostly woman change her personality? There was no sign of fighting or killing. The small courtyard really had warmed up a few jars of the manor's own superior yellow wine. There was plenty of charcoal in the stove. The door was half open, but it still made people feel warm. Through the courtyard door, one could see the silvery white lake. The courtyard was not big, only 2 entrances. There was enough room, and it did not give people a feeling of desolation. The 2 maids who had been working in Qi Shui's courtyard were busy. In fact, the courtyard was clean, but it was nothing more than a show to let the guests feel the hospitality and goodwill of the manor. The 3 maids who came to visit served the yellow wine and the guests. Su Fengnian smiled and asked them if they could drink wine. They looked at each other and smiled. After nodding, one of them said that they could only drink about a tael of wine. They did not dare to drink too much. Otherwise, if they were seen by the steward, they would be reprimanded. Su Fengnian asked for a few more wine cups. The guests and the maidservants drank the yellow wine together, and the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping did not drink. He went into the room and closed the door. Lu Wenbao's nose was red from drinking, and he was mumbling to himself. It was a beautiful poem about drinking, which amused the few servant girls who mistook him for an old accountant. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, before entering the courtyard, "I saw a small boat tied to the lake. Can I go to the lake at this time?" A courageous maid said with a soft voice, reporting to young Master Su, "There are people in the manor who specialize in rowing the boat. As long as I go to inform them, I can go fishing in the lake. I can also warm the wine on the boat. But the snow is too heavy now. If you go fishing on the lake, it will be too cold. You have to wear a thick cotton raincoat." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to bring me a raincoat. There's no need to row the boat." The graceful maid nodded and stood up to leave. Not long after, she swayed her body and returned. Blue Bird stood up to put on the heavy raincoat for the young master. Su Fengnian carried the intricate bamboo hat and a box of refined bait that he had already prepared. He walked out of the courtyard. Aside from Xianyuan Qingfeng, the rest of the group accompanied him to the lake. Su Fengnian stepped onto the boat alone and waved to everyone with a smile. The 5 maids stared blankly at the young master's celestial appearance. They thought that clothes make the man. Even if this young Master Su wore a raincoat, he would still look handsome. They did not notice that after the white-haired young man called Su Qi boarded the boat, he did not even move the paddle. The boat gently glided into the lake. Snowy lake, lonely boat, raincoat. Fishing alone in the snow. After the maids regained their senses, they did not want to leave for a long time. When they could no longer endure the snow and cold, they reluctantly returned to Qi Shui's courtyard. An hour later, a group of people in white stepped on the water. There were both men and women. They were as graceful as white butterflies and had an otherworldly aura. They floated as if they had ascended to immortality. This group of immortals stepped lightly on the water. They leaped 50 to 60 feet high and flew over the boat, heading straight for Yuyan Mountain Villa. Chapter 767. When the group of immortal-like white-clothed men and women charged towards the lakeside villa, there was a handsome young man standing in the crouching tiger pavilion. There was a famous sword from the Dragon Rock incense burner on his waist, inscribed with the 4 ancient words, "Rootless Heavenly Water." Coincidentally, he saw the scene of the white butterfly on the lake. He clenched his fists, his body emitting a sinister aura, anger mixed with fear. Everyone said that there were immortals in the ancient times. When they were in seclusion, they ate the clouds and drank the dew, standing aloof from worldly affairs. As long as they appeared in the world, they would be sucked in as clouds and rain, and called out as thunder. As the young master of the Yuyan Mountain Villa, the young man standing alone in the pavilion had extremely high vision. Naturally, he would not mistake the group of white-clothed people for immortals. They were just Qi cultivators that had split into 2 factions in the spring and autumn period. The northern faction was led by the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City. North of the Guangling River, they had all become the lackeys of the imperial court, diligently helping the emperor of the Zhao family observe the weather, and had been criticized for a long time. The southern faction was relatively disorganized, led by the White Bottle Guanyin sect of the South Sea. They lived in seclusion on an isolated island overseas. Their conduct was similar to that of a wandering immortal. These dozen or so Qi cultivators led by a Qi cultivator grandmaster were undoubtedly people from the high and mighty Immortal Island. The reason why so many people were mobilized and left the South Sea to reappear in Jianghu was because of the talisman sword made from the Dragon Rock incense burner. This was a tyrannical business that the South Sea was willing to attack but willing to accept. In the past, there was a South Sea girl who entered Jianghu barefoot. She was shocked as soon as she entered Jianghu. Countless heroes and talents worshipped her. If she was not beaten back by the sword god Li Chungang, perhaps there would be more stories of immortals that were passed down to today. 25 years ago, a Qi cultivator from the Guanyin sect quietly arrived and wanted the girl to commit suicide. The infatuated Zhang Bingling did not hesitate to seal the sword furnace that had been passed down from generation to generation. He promised to only make 81 talisman swords for the Guanyin sect in exchange for his wife's life. If the sword was not made in the future, he could die together with his wife. It was not easy to make a sword, and the talisman sword that the Qi cultivator needed was even more difficult. 25 years later, only 36 talisman swords were forged. The Yuyan mountain villa was on the verge of collapse and was close to bankruptcy. How could the young villa master Zhang Chunlin not hate these Qi cultivators from the South Sea who wanted to take their lives? Did he really have to watch his parents die for love? A man and a woman who were close to 50 years old but did not look old slowly climbed the mountain. The man had a rough appearance and was born with a leopard head and round eyes. He had a valiant and boorish appearance, but his expression was tranquil. He held hands and entered the pavilion. Occasionally, he turned his head to look at his wife. The woman and her son Zhang Chunlin looked alike. She was dressed simply and elegantly. She was dignified and beautiful. In the face of imminent disaster, she was not afraid of death, but was full of silent guilt. When they entered the pavilion together, Zhang Chunlin gritted his teeth and turned his head away in a fit of pique with red eyes. The woman went to gather her son's top-grade Liaodong fox fur coat and said softly, "It's my fault. Not only did I delay your father, but I also harmed the ancestral property of the villa." The villa master of Yuyan Mountain Villa, Zhang Bingling, slightly glared and said, "What are you saying? What delay and harm? Nonsense. For Zhang Bingling to be able to find such a good wife like you is already smoke rising from his ancestral grave. If he has any more complaints, he will be struck by lightning." Although Zhang Chunlin was courteous and watertight, he did not need to wear a gentle mask in front of his parents. He looked at his father Zhang Bingling with moist eyes and said, "It's all your fault. Your swordsmanship is mediocre. You only know how to forge swords. You can't even protect your mother." Zhang Bingling was speechless. He did not feel that he had to pretend to be a hero in front of his son. He only made a sound of agreement. The woman's face became colder. She reprimanded, "Chunlin, don't talk about your father like that." Zhang Chunlin lowered his head and looked at his hands. He choked with sobs and said, "It's all my fault. I couldn't protect my parents. I'm a coward. My hands are still trembling. I can't hold the sword steadily. I don't dare to draw the sword against those people." Zhang Bingling smiled gently. His eyes were kind. He touched his son's head and said, "With your father around, even if the sky falls, you should be the first one to hold it up. Chunlin, we are people of the Jianghu. Especially when it comes to swordsmanship, not everyone can be a pin one expert. We can't even dream of being a sword immortal. It's enough as long as we don't do anything wrong. We are not afraid of ghosts knocking on our door. Hey, these Qi cultivators outside the Shaoyao Sea can be regarded as the so-called immortals in the Jianghu. Your mother and I did not leave in vain when the immortals knocked on our door to collect debts. Although you have already reached the age of 20, you don't have to blame yourself too much, and don't think about revenge wholeheartedly. Father and mother have earned enough in the past 20 years. Besides, we have you, we have earned so much. If you continue to be stubborn after we leave, we will feel uneasy in the afterlife. Your father is a rough man and only knows how to forge iron and swords in this life. I have never taught you how to conduct yourself in this world, so I can't give you any valuable advice. But there is one thing that you have to remember. There are too many things in this world that you want to do, but you can't do it. You can't suffocate yourself to death. Zhang Chunlin, who was crying for the first time in his life, raised his head. His eyes were blurry with tears. Father, I really can't accept this. Zhang Bingling, who rarely put on airs in front of his son, said calmly, even if you can't accept this, you have to live on. The woman gently wiped away her son's tears with her sleeve. She turned to look at the man in a straw hat who was sitting alone on a small boat fishing on the lake. She did not want the father and son to be in deep sorrow. She changed the topic and asked with a frown, "Who is that stranger?" Zhang Bingling grinned and said, "The snow has blocked the road. A group of guests who came to the manor to stay. I heard from Zhang Han that they are not vulgar." Given his eyesight, he could not even see their skills clearly. They must not be simple. If it were in the past, I would definitely want to befriend them. I have such a stubborn temper. It's been hard on you all these years. Isn't there a saying that a clever wife can't cook without rice? It's referring to you, my dear wife. The woman forced a smile and shook her head gently. She then held his and her son's hands. Chapter 768. Zhang Bingling exhaled, "Let's go down the mountain. If we accidentally let the guest have a conflict with the Guanyin sect, we will feel guilty. Chunlin, you don't have to show up. Dad and Mom will welcome the guest for the last time. You will be in charge in the future." Zhang Chunlin held the ancient sword tightly with one hand and said with a determined look, "I will go down the mountain with you." When Zhang Bingling was in a dilemma, she caught a glimpse of the movement on the lake from the corner of her eyes. She was surprised and then widened her eyes in shock. The white-clothed Qi cultivators were skimming on the lake. The wind and snow naturally drifted a few feet away from them. The leading immortal was less than 300 feet away from the Yuyan mountain villa. Before a young female Qi cultivator jumped over the small boat, she looked down at the indifferent man. He was sitting cross-legged, wearing a thick straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. There were 2 strands of white hair that were beyond his age gently hanging down from his temples. She saw the face of the fisherman at first glance. He was very young. Looking at him from the perspective of the secular world, his appearance was exceptionally outstanding. So after she jumped over the small boat without shoes and socks, she still looked back. She wondered if this guy was scared out of his wits or was intoxicated by fishing on the lake and really did not see anything. Su Fengnian, who was sitting alone on the cold river, had been holding his breath and concentrating. He turned a blind eye to these white-clothed Qi cultivators who were floating on the lake. Even if he was stepped by them, he did not have the slightest movement. He even deliberately hid the otherworldly item that was about to stir up his appetite. On one hand, Su Fengnian was only staying in the Yuyan mountain villa halfway. He did not want to be nosy. If these immortals and fairies in the eyes of the secular world were the distinguished guests that the villa needed to welcome, Su Fengnian did not think that it was the right way to be a guest to let the greedy Suing kill. On the other hand, Su Fengnian was only hostile to the imperial astronomer in the capital. The Qi cultivators in the south had no enmity with him. It was fate that brought them together and they could enjoy the scenery together. However, when Su Fengnian sensed a hint of murderous intent that did not belong to his identity from the group of white-robed deities, he stopped hiding his strength. He took off his bamboo hat, and a small boat flew backwards like an arrow, drawing a beautiful ripple on the surface of the lake. In the blink of an eye, the small boat came to an abrupt stop 20 feet out of the lake, just in time to block the landing point of the leading Qi disciple Grand Master. The white-robed old woman with a withered face frowned slightly. She suddenly stopped and fell on the lake with the snow beside her. The dozen or so relatively young immortals behind her stopped one after another. This group of Qi refinement warriors stepped on the surface of the lake, motionless like white butterflies on the surface of a mirror. It was unknown who was the first to see this mysterious scene in the lakeside courtyard of the Yuyan Mountain Villa. After a few exclamations of surprise, it did not take long for people to walk out of the courtyard door one after another. They stopped to look from afar, and soon there were people moving. There were not only the servants of the mansion, but also the distant friends of the villa master. Su Fengnian calmly said, "You are the guests of Yuyan Mountain. I welcome you with open arms. If you are looking for trouble, then we can sit down and have a good chat. That's right, since you can stand on the lake and pretend to be immortals, your cultivation must not be bad. You won't feel cold sitting on your buttocks, right?" The old woman with a withered aura frowned even more. Most of the Qi refinement warriors beside her also had a displeased expression. Only the barefoot white-robed woman at the end let out a light laugh. A 30-year-old white-robed immortal quietly turned her head and helplessly glared at her. The latter quickly put on a straight face. Unfortunately, her pair of limpid eyes that did not diminish in the slightest revealed the secret. The 16 people all carried one or several rune swords of different lengths on their backs. Some were peachwood swords that were passed down from the hands of the immortals recorded in the ancient books, and some were ancient bronze swords that were thousands of years old. Even the new swords were calculated in 60 years. It was said that the Qi refinement warriors' cultivation method was unique. They specialized in gathering heavenly lightning hundreds of feet above the heavenly paradise. Using a secret technique, they created a lightning bead. Once thrown, the power was enormous. It was really like lightning striking the ground. Or the earliest ray of the morning sun that shone on the eastern sea and was absorbed into the rune mirror. Under the light of the mirror, all evil and filthy things would be reduced to ashes. There was also a mysterious saying of collecting ownerless souls to go to Fengdu and using the yang body to enter the netherworld to accumulate good karma. In short, the mysterious methods of the Qi refinement warriors were endless. Normal people would only feel that it was unimaginable. They would also sincerely respect them as if they were immortals who carried out justice on behalf of the heavens. In reality, the Qi refinement warriors originated from the ancient alchemists. They were somewhat similar to the Daoist master who refined pills. It was just that the Qi refinement warrior's path was narrower and further. A young male Qi refinement warrior coldly said, "Get out of the way." Su Fengnian was a scoundrel who was unmoved by force or persuasion. He smiled and said, "Ask me first." Then he lightly patted the Baoyang saber on his waist, "Ask my saber again." Although the old lady was one of the few top Qi refinement masters in the world, she was not blindly overbearing. She said indifferently, "Going to Yuyan Mountain Villa is just to collect the sword according to the agreement. Young people, it is a good thing that you are willing to draw your saber to help those who are in trouble. But you must also be reasonable." Su Fengnian stood up and patted the snow on his shoulders. "I know a senior who once got a good sword from Yuyan Mountain Villa. You can take the sword, just take it. But if you want to bully others with your power, I still say the same thing. Ask me, ask my saber." The male Qi refinement warrior who spoke coldly previously did not conceal his anger. When an ordinary man was angry, blood would splatter for 5 steps and heads would fall to the ground. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for thousands of miles. In the eyes of the ordinary people, how could the anger of an immortal be lighter than the anger of the emperor? Everyone knew that immortals were good. They knew that immortals were high and mighty and were not inferior to emperors, generals and ministers. This Qi refinement warrior did not hide his true feelings. His anger flared up and the fierce wind and snow around him fluttered non-stop. He was so angry that he laughed and said in a loud and clear voice, "How dare you? Do you want to sit on the ground and discuss Tao with me? Fine, then I will let you sit. The white-clothed immortal really sat down. It was like a mountain suddenly filling up the river and sea. Except for the old lady who was the leader, the rest of the Qi refinement warriors stood a few feet above the lake. The lake was shaking and the momentum was terrifying. But what made this person extremely embarrassed was that the lake near him was shaking violently, but the small boat was as if it was out of the lake and on the shore, unmoving. Su Fengnian did not use harsh words to mock the Qi refinement warrior who made a fool of himself. He only narrowed his eyes and looked up at the goose-feather-heavy snow. He said to himself, "An old senior who ate swords once said something that made me yearn for very much. There are 3 million sword immortals in the sky, but they all have to bow down to me. It really suits the occasion." Su Fengnian retracted his gaze. After taking off his straw raincoat, he said with a smile that deserved to be taught a lesson, "Come, come, come. You have to ask me first before you are qualified to ask about the Bailiang saber on my waist." Chapter 769. 4,000 words, so it's a little late. There's still the next chapter, try to get it done before 6 o'clock. Zhang Chunlin said angrily, "Is this person crazy?" The head of the villa, Zhang Bingling, was also worried. The woman was the personal disciple of a Qi refinement master in the Guanyin sect. She was expected to inherit the mantle and take over the master's legacy. This was also the reason why the Guanyin sect was furious. There were millions of people who practiced martial arts in the world. A rare character like her had always been seen as an embryo that cannot be bought with money. After the woman fell in love, she focused on helping her husband and teaching her children. Her cultivation was already gone, but her foresight was still there. Similarly, she did not think that the guest could gain any benefits. It must be known that the old woman among the 16 Qi refinement warriors not only had a high status in the Guanyin sect, but also had a very high seniority among the Qi refinement warriors in the entire south. She looked like an old woman, but in fact, she had lived for nearly 2 decades. In martial arts, she might be afraid of the young and strong. But in Qi refinement warrior, there was no doubt that the older she was, the more experienced she was. Like swordsmanship, Li Chungang, who had a huge feud with the Guanyin sect, could reach the top before the age of 30. After reaching the top, no one could compare to him. But for Qi refinement warrior, in 1,000 years, only a few people had great luck before the age of 30. The pugilistic world liked to praise someone's supreme talent as a rare occurrence in 100 years. For Qi refinement warrior, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-1,000 years occurrence. Li Chungang happened to bury such a talented person who did not change half of the country's territory. Zhang Chunlin immediately took the lead and walked out of the pavilion. "I'll go and stop that lunatic. There's no reason for outsiders to bear the disaster of the Yuyan Heights." Zhang Bingling and the woman looked at each other and smiled. They went down the mountain hand in hand. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers because they had not entered the mountains and did not know the power of the conical eye worm. Due to Zhang Chunlin's family background, he was afraid of the Qi refinement warriors to the extent that he did not even dare to draw his sword. Zhang Bingling mocked himself as a blacksmith and his swordsmanship was average. But Zhang Chunlin's talent was excellent. When he was 20, he was only a step away from the master realm. In the past 5 years, he did not dare to slack and waste. He was obsessed with swordsmanship, but he still did not dare to fight with the whites. So when he saw the small boat on the lake blocking the road, he was a little annoyed that the guest did not know what was good for him. He was more worried that the white-haired man who was fishing alone in the boat would be implicated by the Yuyan Heights. After all, although Zhang Chunlin was the young master of the Yuyan Heights, he was still a simple person. Even if his talent was inherited from his mother, he was still Zhang Bingling's son and had a precious heart. The terrifying thing about the Qi refinement warriors was not that their swordsmanship could kill people easily, but that these Qi refinement warriors were like the favored children of fate. After they entered the Qi refinement realm, they could rely on their own opportunities to obtain one or even several great magical powers from the Xian Finger realm or even the Celestial realm. Ordinary martial artists in the Jianghu, not to mention the level 2 master realm, even the top masters of the Vajra realm could fight with them. Before they used their trump cards, they would not be at a disadvantage. On the lake, Su Fengnian was facing 16 Qi refinement warriors with different achievements. Hearing the 3 words, Bailiang Blade, except for the old woman who was the leader, the rest of the white Qi refinement warriors did not care at all. The Guanyin sect was isolated in the sea. Even during the Spring and Autumn War, they did not care about anyone's feelings. Before the Central Plains was in turmoil and the Divine Land sank, there were countless emperors and ministers in the sea who worshipped the Guanyin sect with the most prestigious secular identity. When they met Immortal Tan, they all followed the etiquette of a disciple. They were ecstatic and sincerely asked for advice on how to maintain their health. The Qi refinement warriors of the northern sect were also called Dragon-attaching sect or Dragon-supporting sect. They were similar to the ancestral court of Taoism, Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Qi refinement warriors of the southern sect were more like the peaceful Wudong Mountain in a corner. They did not ask about the common people but only ghosts and gods. After the 16 white Qi refinement warriors of the Guanyin sect left the sea and landed on the shore, they only walked on the steep path. They climbed the mountain when they met the mountain, stepped on the water when they met the water, collected the sky thunder when they passed the heavenly abode, and hunted the flood dragon when they were near the abyss. They did not meet the common people face to face. When the sun rose from the east, they breathed in and out the morning glow on the peak of the mountain. It was true to the old saying that immortals did not show their true colors. In their eyes, the life and death of the Yuyan mountain villa were nothing but the growth and death of the grass and trees. They did not disturb their hearts at all. This was not because the Qi refinement warriors regarded other people's lives as lowly as ants, but because the Qi refinement warriors treated themselves the same. A white-haired man with a Bailiang blade was not worth mentioning in the eyes of these Qi refinement warriors who were used to worshipping immortals. What really impressed them was the cultivation of the man who sat steadily on the bow of the boat. Heaven's net has a long arm. The Qi refinement warriors were the secret characters who found the loopholes in the heaven's secret. If the heaven's secret wanted them to leap over the dragon's gate, then they would support them. The Imperial Astronomer Dragon Affiliation sect came because of this. If the heaven's secret was missed, then it would be regarded as an extraterrestrial demon, an evil and filthy thing. They must break the soul and send it to the Moon Mirror Courtyard so that it would never be reincarnated. The Guanyin sect did this even more. In the past, the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen on the Lotus platform was angered by the heaven's secret. He ignored the future heaven's calamity and killed the extraterrestrial demon but did not send it to the Immortal Island courtyard. Instead, he took the initiative to give them a way out and treated them the same as the ordinary evil people. He only sent them to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, the Guanyin sect had always regarded him as a brilliant earth immortal. When Su Fengnian fought with others, no matter how extraordinary he was, he never liked to nag. It was only a matter of life and death. Today, he made an exception. He lightly stepped on the boat and the fishing rod on the boat jumped up. He held it with one hand and shook his wrist. Wherever the fishing line touched, the snowflakes were crushed and scattered. The reason why I stopped you today is because I have 2 things to say. I know that your Guanyin sect has never interfered with worldly affairs, and can be considered a genuine overseas immortal master. I personally don't have the slightest bit of ill will towards you, but you've always felt that Qi Xuanzhen, the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu, slayed the demons back then, but then let them go and sent them to samsara. This is a heaven-defying act. But today, I want to say something to Qi Xuanzhen, or rather Hong Shixiang, that as far as I know, he self-destructed twice, once on the devil-slaying platform of Mount Longhu, and once on Wudong's Little Lotus Peak. The male Qi cultivator who did not know whether to sit or stand up sneered, "How dare a vulgar person speak of the heavenly Tao?" The old woman who was thousands of miles away from the vulgar people gently raised her hand. Her face was expressionless as she signaled the younger generation to not speak. Chapter 770. Su Fengnian continued, everyone says they are right. I don't expect to order you around. Whether you listen or not is your business, it has nothing to do with me. But for the second matter, neither of us will be able to escape. Most of the white-robed immortals were somewhat dissatisfied with this person's nonsense, but they were not too angry. They just felt that it was a little funny to listen to an ignorant child who was still wearing diapers boasting about the important matters of the country and helping the people in front of the loyal officials of the imperial court. The barefoot woman was probably an unreasonable freak. She didn't fit in with the crowd at all. Her eyes were wide open, overflowing with spiritual energy, as if she had seen a ferocious beast divine object recorded in the ancient books of the sect. Su Fengnian ignored their expressions. Holding his fishing rod and wearing his cold blade, he turned around to look at the pavilion at the top of the mountain, but it had already disappeared. Retracting his gaze, he smiled and said, "The first senior who taught me swordsmanship was a blacksmith. He once bragged to me that he had only been in Jianghu for a few years, but he had already met a very famous person. He even said that he felt like old friends at first sight, so he stole his family heirloom and gave it to him. Only later did I find out who he was, and who was the young man who gave him one of the famous swords in the sword case. The sword was called Agarwood. It was left in Martial Emperor City. It was once the best sword made by the Dragon Rock incense burner. The young master who gave him the sword back then also became the master of Yuyan Mountain Villa. I don't know why you Guanyin sect sent 16 people here at once. But I sensed that one of you had a murderous intent. So even if I am unreasonable, I have to interfere. Yes, you won't care if I'm wearing the Northern Liang saber or not. You won't even be afraid of the Northern Liang saber and the 300,000 iron cavalry. They're thousands of miles apart. Even if one side is Su Shao and the other side is the sect master of the Guanyin sect, it's impossible for them to go to each other's territory to cause trouble. Therefore, today's matter is over. If you can't reach the shore, can you not kill people in the village? If you have something to say, you can talk about it peacefully with Zhang Bingling's family of mortals. The old woman sighed, today's matter is over. If everyone was like you, there would be no place for us chi cultivators in the world. Su Fengnian waited for her to continue. The old woman shook her head, unfortunately, some rules can't be broken. Our agreement with Yuyan Mountain Villa was set by the master before he went into seclusion. If there are 81 talisman swords in the Dragon Rock incense burner, it doesn't matter if there are a few less. I can risk being punished and plead for Zhang Bingling to keep her life. But the talisman swords matter is really important. Moreover, whether Zhang Bingling is alive or dead, our sect doesn't care. But the traitor must be killed. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. This is the reason why people think that we chi cultivators are heartless. If you want to do the heavenly Tao, you can kill your own family. Su Fengnian smiled, you have explained everything. Since we don't owe each other anything, then let's fight to the death. Even on the island, the old woman who was known for being close to the heavenly Tao smiled. After leaving the island, the total number of words she said was less than 10. At this time, in less than 30 minutes, she had already exceeded it. Young master, you can do whatever you want. Even if I and 15 disciples of the sect die on the lake, it is because of fate and will not implicate anyone. But in the talisman swords matter, even if 16 people died, there will still be another batch coming to Yuyan Mountain Villa. As long as you don't play tricks, you can stop them. Naturally, you are very lucky. Even if the whole Guanyin sect dies and no one survives, we will have no regrets. The original heroic scene of wind and snow blowing in the cold mountain lake was ruined by Su Fengnian's following words. Your Guanyin sect won't have hundreds or thousands of chi cultivators, right? The old woman who was praised for not missing anything was speechless. Her expression was strange. The barefoot woman bent over and held her stomach. Fortunately, she did not laugh out loud. It was very difficult for her to endure. The other 14 Qi cultivators did not know whether to laugh or cry. This white-haired boy was really indescribably vulgar. Vulgar, unbearably vulgar. But the old woman seemed to be very serious. She said in a dignified voice, "Go ashore." Immediately, 7 male immortals swept past. Su Fengnian was standing on a small boat. At the bottom of the boat was an otherworldly item in a red robe. After entering the celestial realm, the gloomy aura changed into a golden-purple aura. Previously, the Qi cultivators sat on the lake. The lake swayed, but only the boat did not move. Su Fengnian, with his second-level inner force, naturally did not have the cultivation that only first-level inner force could do. Perhaps only the old woman knew the severity of the situation. She was facing a strange opponent who might be stronger than the Xianji. Su Fengnian waved the fishing rod with one hand and his sleeves with the other. In addition to the 12 flying swords in his sleeves, the 2 swords formed a pair and stabbed at the 6 Qi cultivators. There was even a silver-white fishing line behind the boat, splitting the shore and the lake. Perhaps the Qi refinement warriors were not fond of fighting one-on-one. After being blocked by the shocking means of flying swords and river severing, they did not forcefully collide with the sword formation and water wall. A middle-aged female Qi refinement warrior, whose status was probably second only to the old woman, whispered, "Form the Big Dipper." Su Fengnian kept shaking his wrist. With just a fishing rod, he broke the river again and again. His Qi was like the Milky Way. It was really the temperament of an immortal who could overturn rivers and seas. The extent of the shaking of a big lake was not comparable to that of the male Qi cultivator who sat on the lake. There was already Su Fengnian who did not show mercy. He solemnly said in a clear voice, "Invite the sword to Yuyan Mountain Villa." Invite the sword. Under the instructions of the Villa Lord of Crouching Tiger Mountain, almost everyone in Yuyan Mountain Villa had a sword. There was no shortage of servants and maids. With lightning speed, they brought out all the famous and ancient swords hidden in the villa. Zhang Bingling even brought his wife and son and rushed back. The villa lord carried 2 swords sealed in the Dragon Rock Incense Burner, Dragon Whisker, and Beacon Fire. The woman carried a slender waist Yang Chun. The young villa lord Zhang Chunlin removed his rootless heavenly water and carried the last famous sword sealed in the sword furnace, Sha Dong. On the lake, it was as if several evil dragons were working together to harm one side. The waves were unstable and the scene was terrifying. Su Fengnian threw the fishing rod into the lake with the broken fishing line. He cut the river for the last time. His white hair was no longer restrained and fluttered freely. He looked like a celestial being who was mixed with celestial beings and demons. It was not that heroic spirit, but a sadness that no one could understand. His voice was as loud as a bell. "The world can't remember you, so I'll do it again for you. Sword, come." It was said that a man whose heart was not content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This white-haired young man had the spirit of an evil python trying to swallow the heavens. The thousands of swords in Yuyan Mountain majestically flew from the mountain, the villa, the sword sheath. Without exception, they all flew towards the man on the little boat. He had not drawn his sword. So he said that he would ask me first, then ask my sword. Su Fengnian stepped out, his 2 hands shaking. One hand was like an immortal touching the top, the other hand was like an azure dragon. In one breath, the thousands of swords smashed onto the heads of the 16 Qi cultivators. Chapter 771. The world had only heard that the sword god of the older generation, Li Chungang, had once caused Mount Longhu to lose all face in the great snow plains of Mount Hui. Such a magnificent scene was only hearsay, and could not truly understand its magnificence. With thousands of swords floating in the air, if one was under them, would one not feel the pressure of Mount Tai? Zhang Bingling and his wife looked at each other in dismay. On one hand, they were shocked by the stranger's ability to cut off the white robes, as well as using thousands of swords to suppress the immortal. On the other hand, they were confused as to why this person would act. Zhang Bingling was generous and generous. He seemed to be a prodigal son that did not manage his family well, but his own sword skills were mediocre, and he was unable to stabilize the position of the villa in Jianghu. He could only use this method to make friends. It was like casting a net to catch fish, relying on luck to act, hoping to catch a few carps that would become dragons in the future. After so many years had passed, he had long been disheartened. The people of Jianghu who lived in Jianghu were mostly as slippery as loaches. Their hot-bloodedness and loyalty had been worn away along with their sharp edges and corners. This time, when they were in danger, they only needed to come and watch. The other 80 or 90% would use excuses, and the better ones would send letters to decline. Most of the famous swordsmen who had borrowed the swords to escape did not remember how grateful they were at that time, saying that they would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. They simply did not send any messages, not even letting out a fart, continuing to be the famous swordsmen of Jianghu. Fortunately, Zhang Bingling was open-minded. Since he did not even care about life and death, he let nature take its course. He did not care too much about this group of sanctimonious people. It was his son Zhang Chunlin who was so angry that he gave them the ironic title of Gentleman of the Sword and Justice. After Zhang Chunlin had personally witnessed the spectacle of thousands of flying swords in the air, he turned his head to Zhang Bingling, his voice trembling. "Father, is it the descendant of a good friend of our villa?" Zhang Bingling shook his head in self-mockery. "It doesn't seem like it. 200 years ago, when Yuyan Mountain was at its peak, the two ancestors were the leaders of Jianghu. Perhaps they had such an extraordinary friend, but it is absolutely impossible now. You have seen the friendship that I have exchanged for half of the hidden swords of the villa. Even your uncle Chao Yu, who I have a life and death relationship with, has only stagnated at the second level of cultivation for many years. But the person on the lake is clearly not only at the Vajra level. If not, we wouldn't have been able to stop those Qi refinement warriors from charging into the formation." Zhang Chunlin's stomach was full of wine and vinegar tea. Could it be little ancestor Lu Xianxia from Mount Longhu? But it didn't seem like it. There was no horsetail whisk or Daoist robe. It is widely rumored that the fallen princess of West Chu can ride her sword into the sky, but she is clearly a woman. Zhang Bingling said with a carefree smile, "God knows. I don't care anymore. I can only resign myself to fate. In this fierce battle, with our skills, even if we wanted to add flowers to the brocade, we wouldn't be able to interfere. Perhaps we might even be more of a hindrance. If Yuyan Mountain Villa can escape this calamity, then Zhang Bingling is willing to kowtow 100 times to this unknown benefactor." Zhang Chunlin asked cautiously, "Father, I want to learn swordsmanship from him, can I?" Zhang Bingling said helplessly, "If you want to learn, then this young sword immortal must be willing to teach you." In Qi Shui's courtyard, 2 of the 5 maids even pretended to hold the sword. Since Yuyan Mountain Villa was famous for its Qi cultivation and sword casting, the servants in the villa had also practiced some mental mantras and skills that were very clever in the eyes of outsiders. But after the 2 words, sword, the flying sword was unsheathed. The 2 people outside Qi Shui's courtyard not only did not notice how the ancient sword was unsheathed, but their delicate bodies were also pulled forward and almost fell to the ground. Not to mention that they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths and their minds were blank. They couldn't understand why such a handsome child, who was very easy to talk to and drink with them around the stove, even the gatekeeper Zhang Mu and the chief steward Zhang Han burst into tears in an instant. They secretly thought that it must be the Lord and Madam's good karma that made such an immortal appear in Yuyan Mountain Villa. A woman in purple holding a zither in one hand and wine in the other slowly walked to the pavilion on Crouching Tiger Mountain. The zither was Qi Shui's treasure. A jar of yellow wine turned from boiling to warm. When she was about 70 or 80 feet away from the pavilion, she rushed up and sat on the ground. With the zither on her knees, she raised her head and drank a mouthful of yellow wine. She just suddenly pressed the string with one hand. The sonorous sound was like the cry of a phoenix in the ninth heaven, clear and unparalleled. That year on the top of Mount Hui, when the scholar entered the sage realm, there was no snow on the snowfield. It was just a heavy rain. After the waves calmed down, before Li Chungang became a sword immortal on the land again, there was a man she hated to the core who held an umbrella for her. She didn't know whether she hated him or not. When she came to Mount Hui, she finally caused the death of her parents. She could only feel guilty for the rest of her life. Or she hated him for having the identity of the heir of Bailiang, which was envied by everyone, so he didn't have to suffer like her. She could only rely on herself like a weak duckweed. She didn't know why she was asking a tiger for its skin. She was willing to do business with such a sloppy beggar who was in dire straits when she first met him. When did she stop hating him as much as before? Was it because she knew that he went to Beimang alone and his luck was gone like a piece of white paper, while her state skyrocketed because she absorbed the imperial jade seal, so she could finally pity him? Or was it because after he knew that the wooden sword ranger broke his sword, he was so depressed but didn't tell anyone? He only told her about his dream and the snowman while lying on the deck chair. Or was it because he bent down and gently tied a knot for her skirt under the table when they went to the Jianghu embassy in the snow of Tai and city? Sitting on the top of the pavilion, Xianyuan Qingfeng finished a jar of wine and threw it high into the lake. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping was probably the last outsider to join in the fun. She walked out of the courtyard and looked up at the heavy snow. She didn't know if she was thinking of the time when she saw her master carrying her younger brother up the steps of Wudong. She also saw her eldest brother following behind silently and continuously brushing off the snow for her younger brother. Wang Xiaoping, who was serious in speech and manner, smiled knowingly. The resentment in her heart that her eldest brother was lucky to have the golden court and then lost it. She also felt that her younger brother didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to achieve the Great Way for another 300 years. Looking at the back of the young man on the lake, Wang Xiaoping patted some snow off her shoulder. Senior brothers, even if I, Wang Xiaoping, once disliked Su Fengnian from the bottom of my heart, I will still bear the burden. Wang Xiaoping, who was practicing her sword on the mountain and going down the mountain to ask for the Tao, was still smiling. She strode to the lakeside and stretched out her hand. She condensed a long sword from the snow. It was crystal clear. Who dared to come ashore? Since Wang Xiaoping was doing things like killing demons, she had also killed the so-called immortals from overseas. Chapter 772. In fact, Su Fengnian did not expect Xianyuan Qingfeng and Wang Xiaoping to take action. This had nothing to do with trust. He was used to not relying on outsiders for everything. Of course, the otherworldly item in the red robe was an exception. The friendship between a living person and an otherworldly item was built up from several life and death battles. They worked together to kill the devil Luo Yang at the Dragon Wall of the Yellow River, went to Ruoshui to meet Su Huainan, went up the mountain of soldiers to kill the fifth raccoon, secretly intercepted at the Iron Gate Pass, the Sky Demon's descent in Tai and City, fought against Master Lu Hao, and finally left the palace city hand in hand. Su Fengnian believed in her, which was the same as believing in himself. Therefore, the otherworldly item named Suing was hidden at the bottom of the boat to nourish the realm. Su Fengnian relied on it to borrow thousands of swords. Facing the 16 white-clothed immortals, he could only feel at ease. The flying swords, which were densely packed like locusts, fiercely smashed down with the immortals' great momentum. Only then did Su Fengnian personally experience the power of these immortals from overseas. If it was a one-on-one battle, except for the old woman who led the group, Su Fengnian was confident that he could kill them within 10 moves. However, the 7 male Qi cultivators formed the Big Dipper formation. The accumulated power of the 7 talisman swords could not be underestimated. The more than 300 flying swords on their heads only destroyed the sword formation, severely injuring one of the immortals who was guarding the eye of the formation, and slightly injuring 3 or 4 others. The rest could fight with all their strength. Since ancient times, Guanyin sect was famous for having more yin than yang. Therefore, Su Fengnian took out 600 swords and threw them at the 8 immortals. The strange sword formation formed by the talisman sword spun like pearls, forming a mirror. Not only did it not hurt anyone, it did not even destroy one of the talisman swords. The remaining swords flew towards the old woman alone, but were all bounced back when they were 10 feet away from her. It was Su Fengnian's first time controlling swords on such a large scale. His technique was inevitably rusty and sluggish. However, after 3 journeys, Su Fengnian's mind had been polished to perfection. The flying swords were like the 12 complete sword embryos of Dong Tai. How could they be exhausted after a spurt of energy? After a wave of flying swords smashed the top of the head, he waved his hand in a semicircle, controlling the majestic flying swords with the small boat as the center. The second wave of flying swords turned to the side and attacked from the side. The lake was injured by the sword aura, tearing up countless splashes. The vast expanse of white goose feather snow was stirred up before it fell into the lake. The position where Su Fengnian stood gave people the feeling that between heaven and earth, he was using thousands of black swords to kill millions of white snow. The people on the lake followed the rotation of the flying swords. There were 2 groups of men and women dressed in white. Their footsteps were agile as they stepped on the lake's surface, walking side by side. Together, they faced the evil and ferocious swords that were like the otherworldly items of Fengdu that were confusing the world of the living. At this moment, the old woman who was standing still at the same spot was the closest to Su Fengnian. The 8 female Qi refinement warriors' clothes fluttered in the wind like the flying fairies of Dunhuang. The wide mirror surface formed by the talisman swords changed from horizontal to vertical. The 8 talisman swords were incomparably agile and lively. Under the guidance of the Qi refinement warriors, they achieved a mysterious state that was extremely quiet on the surface. On the other hand, the male Qi refinement warriors were slightly more hurried. The talisman swords of different materials only swept out one by one, trying their best to deflect the 300 flying swords that were coming at them. The Qi refinement warrior who was sitting on the lake to embarrass himself previously actually had a good cultivation base. After the Qi refinement warrior in the eye of the formation was seriously injured, he immediately took charge of the Tianshu. When facing the enemy, he still had some arrogance born from his identity. At this moment, he did not have the slightest bit of impetuousness. Vaguely, he had the demeanor of a Qi refinement warrior who had reached a higher level. This time, they targeted the Yuyan mountain villa to take the talisman swords. Taking the sword was one thing, and gaining experience was another. The Qi refinement warriors undoubtedly knew the essence of the stone from another mountain could be used to improve the jade. On this journey to the north, there was already a senior sister who took advantage of the situation to improve the state while watching the moon by the lake. From the vast Finger Xian realm, which was like a mountain of treasures, she comprehended one of the wonders. According to the unique saying of the Qi refinement warriors, it was like the dragon palace searching for treasures, retrieving the dragon's eye and returning it. If one could obtain the good fortune of heaven and earth and luckily comprehend the great wonder of the celestial state, it would be regarded as a success of obtaining pearls. The flying swords and the talisman sword formation either touched or collided with each other. The sound was like the mountain collapsing and the rocks cracking. It was far better than the sound of firecrackers hanging beside one's ear. The old woman was still indifferent. She flicked the sword away as it came. She did not look at the white-haired young man who seemed to be dominating the great momentum. She only gently looked at the 2 groups of proud disciples of the same sect but different lineage. She did not reveal any strange expression. After driving the flying swords twice, the sword-driving technique improved at an amazing speed. Su Fengnian raised both hands. In the third wave, 300 flying swords still rushed to the male Qi refinement warrior. The remaining 700 flying swords simply ignored the old woman who had a profound cultivation and rushed to the female Qi refinement warrior. Moreover, the most exciting thing was that this time, the flying swords did not gather together like a dense pile of flying feathers. Instead, it seemed to be extremely messy. The flying sword's trajectory was simply chaotic, making it impossible to guard against. It was not possible for a sword formation mirror to block all of them. The Qi Refinement Warrior was better than concentrating on Qi Refinement Warrior. In the end, their Qi could swallow the heaven and earth. Only in terms of physique, most of them were far from being comparable to second-grade martial artists. Not to mention 700 flying swords. Even if only a few flying swords pierced through the body, these fairies in white would die. A female Qi Refinement Warrior who was as beautiful as a gorgeous woman but had a graceful temperament said calmly, "Condense the treasure bottle." 8 swords condensed into a big bottle, as if the southern sea guanyin was holding a treasure bottle. The talisman swords turned from moving to still, and their Qi was connected into a net, weaving into a big net. The woman who had escaped from the treasure bottle sword formation smiled slightly and withdrew her talisman swords. She gently breathed on the talisman swords and murmured softly, "Finger sword. Finger mountain to fill the sea." She had encountered the bottleneck that every Qi Refinement Grandmaster in the Southern Sea Guanyin sect would encounter. This time, after leaving the island and observing the moon to comprehend the mystery of finger mystery, she finally broke through the bottleneck with the finger sword. The white fairy did not ride the flying swords out. Instead, she straightened her middle finger and hooked her thumb to her ring finger. Using this, she kept pointing on the flying swords. A little spiritual light was a talisman, and little spiritual light formed the fairy book. The flying swords covered the sky and the sun. First, one of them fell into the lake, then 2, 4, 8. Perhaps there was a limit to the power of human strength. After about 100 flying swords fell into the lake, she flipped them over. Finger sword. Finger CC to destroy mountain. The 100 swords in the lake jumped out of the water again. They were actually under her control. They turned the tips of the swords and flew toward Su Fengnian's flying sword. In this way, not only did the pressure on the treasure bottle sword formation decrease, but it also allowed the male Qi Refinement Warriors of the Big Dipper talisman sword to take a breath and change the formation. Some of them even took out their treasured weapons. They could not only fight against the flying swords with their talisman swords. Su Fengnian, who stood alone at the bow of the boat and kept the wind and snow away from him, was not angry or afraid. He sneered and said, "Sword comes. Do you really think that only the sword in the sheath can be used as a killing sword? If I ride 100,000 swords, they will be as light as cotton and crush you to death." Su Fengnian's sleeves fluttered in the wind. The white snowflakes on the world lake condensed into a line, each forming a short sword and an inch sword. Heaven and earth seemed to be frozen and still. Everything stopped. There were only swords. Countless swords. Black and white. At this moment, the young man who was carrying a saber but riding a sword, in the eyes of the stunned people on the shore, only the celestial being did not appear. I am almost invincible in the world. Chapter 773. During the battle in the alley of Beimang, the blind female Guqin player, Xue Songguan, had stopped the rain in the alley in an instant. During the battle at the city gate of Dunhuang, the world's greatest demon, Luo Yang, stepped on the ground, splashing countless raindrops into flying swords. She competed with the new god of swords, Dong Tai. In terms of level, Su Fengnian was not as good as the blind Guqin player who had skipped the Vajra entering mystery finger. In terms of internal energy, he was miles ahead of Li Chungang and Luo Yang outside Dunhuang. However, under his feet, there was a two-faced and six-armed celestial phenomenon expert in a red robe. Both of them were mentally connected. Suing continuously transferred internal energy to Su Fengnian. Like a flood rushing into the lake, Su Fengnian naturally had the illusion of being an independent sword deity. Su Fengnian thought he knew his limits. He used his heavenly energy to make tens of thousands of crooked snow swords. The deterrence was far greater than the actual effect. However, he did not know that in his body, there was a dilapidated pond that looked like a withered lotus leaf. A purple-gold lotus seed had broken out of the ground and a tender seedling was swaying gently. Above everyone's head, there were tens of thousands of white swords on the lake. They were slanted horizontally and vertically, and their thickness and length did not have a fixed pattern. However, in terms of grandeur, it was indeed rare. Su Fengnian's unique understanding of swordsmanship, coupled with the support of Su Ying's perfect celestial phenomenon level, had finally created this picture scroll on the Dragon Lake. In Jianghu, there was an unavoidable grassroots atmosphere. If one could not afford a sword or a secret manual, he would be in poverty. A single copper coin could kill a hero. In Jianghu, there was a vicious atmosphere. Although they called each other brothers, they would backstab each other. In Jianghu, there was a righteous spirit. Drawing a sword and becoming a swift strike would not disappoint the youth. However, the Jianghu also had the aura of immortals and chivalry. The Qi cultivators' white robes fluttered in the wind as they walked on the lake. This was undoubtedly the aura of immortals in the eyes of the commoners. Su Fengnian insisted on blocking the way for the sake of his old friend's kindness. At first, it seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This was the aura of chivalry that ordinary people could not understand. Tens of thousands of snow swords floating in the air was even more of an aura of immortals. Su Fengnian bravely pursued the cornered bandits, not giving them the slightest chance to catch their breath. He suddenly pressed down with both hands. The snow and tens of thousands of swords pressed down on the Guanyin sect Qi refinement warrior. The barefoot young woman who had been mediocre all this while suddenly giggled and said, "There are thousands of swords in the world, but one sword in my hand is enough." She did not use the talisman sword that was more suitable for killing demons and exorcism. Instead, she used the same method as Wang Xiaoping. Between the lake and the snow sword, she bent down and rushed forward like a white feather arrow. She made a gesture of picking up a bucket with one hand. A water column in the lake was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. She held it and it became a dark green long sword. It was obvious that he wanted to capture the ringleader before capturing the bandits. So what if there were 10,000 swords above his head? If you make 10,000 snow swords, I'll break it with a water sword. It was unknown when such a strange saying had spread in the Jianghu. There was a dragon lady in the South Sea whose swordsmanship had reached perfection. The wind was high and the waves were fast, but the sword traveled 10,000 miles while riding a toad. On the last page of the bladesmanship manual, there was a saying that the sword had a tacit understanding. Su Fengnian, who had accidentally lost the Great Vajra realm and dropped 2 levels, could only settle for the next best thing. He wholeheartedly rode on his sword and fought in close quarters. He boasted that he could kill anyone below the Xian finger realm with 12 flying swords within 100 feet. Su Fengnian was not afraid and continued to let the snow sword press down on him. Swordsmanship had always been controversial. It was difficult to have both the bear's paw and the shark's fin at the same time. For hundreds of years, Li Chungang was the one who had both. The 2-sleeved green snake was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and the sword opening the gate of heaven was the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Before Dong Tai fought against the number 1 in Beimang, Tuoba, he gave people the impression that he was bent on stepping on the head of the Wu family's sword tomb. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and achieve Dao. It was only after he borrowed the sword that he changed and began to focus on swordsmanship. This was not to say that the peach blossom sword god's swordsmanship was bad. It was just that his attainments in swordsmanship were not as brilliant. Using the sword in one's hand to inflict the greatest amount of damage and reach the terrifying realm of being able to fight against 1,000 people, the requirements for both swordsmanship and swordsmanship were extremely high. It was not difficult to break the armor of the soldiers with a single sword strike, but the armor was an inanimate object after all. The soldiers were not inanimate objects, and they were not wooden stakes that would allow the sword qi to injure them. Furthermore, the exertion of all forces in the world would result in a backlash. Back then, during the battle at the Guangling River, 30 to 40% of the injuries suffered by the old man in the sheepskin fur coat were caused by his own sword qi. Jianghu buoyed finger, its power lies in its godly speed. When the sharp nail pierces into the metal and stone, the force is gathered at one point. Riding a sword too much would cause one to be distracted, and these two supreme essences of the martial Tao would definitely be damaged. This was also the reason why countless renowned swordsmen in the sword forest of the world disdained to ride their swords to kill their enemies. An inch shorter was an inch more dangerous. Riding a sword away from one's hand was already extremely unwise, and it was even more boring to pour down a rain of swords from the sky. How could casting a net that covered the sky to catch fish compare to the fierceness of hooking a fish? After Ancestor Lu, the only person who truly carried the weight of swordsmanship was Li Changgang. After Su Fengnian pulled down the snow sword in the sky that was relatively more powerful than gravity, he had been waiting for this moment of life and death. However, it was slightly different from what he imagined. Originally, he was afraid of the old woman, not the young girl who was stabbing directly at him. Su Fengnian was cautious by nature. To put it bluntly, he was timid and always thought of the worst. Facing the South Sea Qi cultivators, he had always been a little doubtful. Although the Qi cultivators were untainted immortals, these 16 people whose cultivation levels differed greatly from the South Sea's shore and went deep into the Liang dynasty's hinterland. They would definitely not fight in close quarters like tigers that were made of paper. At first, he was worried that there was a real brilliant swordsman lurking at the bottom of the lake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, Su Ying's abundant qi was like the roots of water plants spreading to the bottom of the lake. There was no abnormality. Since she was not at the bottom of the lake, she was naturally among the 16 people. Su Fengnian had already known that the qi cultivators would have a backup plan. After seeing the beautiful woman's finger sword, he had already overestimated the Guanyin sect. However, when he saw the understatement of the sword, he realized that he had still underestimated it. That sword was made of water. It came from nowhere and turned into a pool of lake water and fell into the lake. However, the barefoot woman still flew straight towards him. This made Su Fengnian, who had already set up the thunder pool, realize that something was wrong. As expected, the 12 flying swords with the perfect sword embryo were like soldiers who had betrayed their masters the moment they pierced the qi cultivators into a sieve. Although they did not attack, they were as docile as butterflies around the woman. They spun lightly and happily without any sword qi or killing intent. This made Su Fengnian, who had never lost control of the flying swords, feel shocked and bitter. This lass was so scheming. That move of using water to make a sword was just a pretense. She herself was the real secret sword. Although it seemed like she was seeking her own death, she had something to rely on. Su Fengnian once heard from the old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat that in the world of swords, there were two kinds of people who were true geniuses. One was like Dong Tai, whose Daoist skills were not vulgar. Peach blossom branches were swords, rotten wood was swords, and rainwater was swords. There was nothing in the world that could not be used as a sword. The other kind was even rarer. They were born with a natural affinity for swords and could subdue swords. They themselves were the supreme sword embryo. No matter how good your swordsmanship was or how sharp your sword moves were, as long as you were not a sword immortal, if you were not careful, you would be defeated after you used your sword. Since he had asked the sword, then he would ask the saber. Chapter 774. Su Fengnian pressed the handle of the Bailiang saber on his waist. The old woman suddenly said, "Charcoal girl, come back." Unexpectedly, after the Qi refinement warrior of the south who was a man of his word, the barefooted woman with a weird nickname still laughed. Not only did she not slow down, she even rushed forward at a high speed, focusing on the saber. Before Su Fengnian could do anything, the otherworldly item in the red robe went against its will. It quietly jumped up from the bottom of the lake, grabbed the young woman's soft feet, and dragged her into the bone-chilling water. Su Fengnian and the old woman of the South Sea both showed a headache that could not be concealed. They were helpless like their parents who could not control their naughty children. Su Fengnian sent a message to the otherworldly item. He slightly bowed to the old woman who had not made a move and said politely, "Bailiang Su Fengnian greets Guanyin sect senior." The old woman smiled. Her weathered face was like a withered tree in spring. She deliberately ignored the word Bailiang and said, "I didn't expect to meet Sword God Li's disciple. The young swordsmen of the Central Plains are full of talents. Indeed, I have underestimated the heroes of the world." Su Fengnian calmly asked, "Senior, can you temporarily take a step back? I will try my best to compensate Guanyin sect." After Su Fengnian understands the delay of the casting of the rune swords in the Dragon Rock Sensor and your sect's elimination of the traitors, I will definitely give Senior a reasonable explanation. The old woman hesitated for a moment, then she waved her hand and said, "You can't say that we are backing down. On Crouching Tiger Mountain there are Xianxia masters, and on the shore there is Wudong Wang Xiaoping. If you have the intention to kill, today our sect will be in a miserable state of extinction. Since you took a step back first, I won't be shameless enough to ask for a yard after taking an inch. There are about 3 years before the master comes out of seclusion. During this time, the 15 disciples of our sect will follow me to the north and south of the river to sharpen their minds and cultivate their noble spirit. After 3 years, if Yuyan Mountain Villa can promise to give us 70 rune swords, I will personally return to the sect and plead for Zhang Bingling. As for the life and death of the traitors, it still needs to be decided by the master." Su Fengnian smiled. "Junior will ask one more question. Why is the casting of the rune sword so difficult? First, the materials are hard to find, similar to Li Chuangong's wooden horse and cow, they are all flying stones. Secondly, the forging of the talisman sword is very different from the forging of ordinary swords. There is not a single difference. Back then, the agreement of 81 talisman swords is not that our sect is bullying others. The Dragon Rock incense burner of Yuyan Mountain Villa is the material collected by our ancestors. It is enough to forge 80 talisman swords. It is just that Zhang Bingling is a master in forging ordinary swords. Unfortunately, he is dragged down by his worthless sword attainments. He is also a frog in the well, and in the matter of the talisman sword, not only did he not make any contribution, but also wasted many precious materials." Su Fengnian gestured, "Such a short sword can be used to forge several of the rune swords that your sect needs." The old woman said blandly, "If there are no accidents and the probability is successful, there can be 8. Su Fengnian lightly bowed again. He raised his head and said seriously, "The agreement of 3 years, Junior can agree on behalf of Yuyan Mountain Villa." The beautiful woman who had comprehended the two-finger sword from the finger Xian realm smiled, "If you take the people of Yuyan Mountain Villa to Bailiang and go back on your words, do you want our sect in the far South Sea to be enemies with the 300,000 cavalry of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian's smile was sincere and intoxicating. He raised his hand to tie his hair and said, "This unparalleled fairy sister who has made the rune swords is too serious. Junior is not a person who goes back on his words." The beautiful woman, whose real age couldn't be determined, was obviously stumped by this fellow's glib tongue. It wasn't appropriate for her to tear off all pretense of cordiality and speak ruthlessly, but it wasn't appropriate for her to push the boat with the current and fall into a trap. However, the word elder sister was really pleasing to the ear and comforting. Su Fengnian patted the Bailiang saber on his waist. "I should have taken the saber as a token, but it is really inconvenient. When I return to Bailiang, someone will be heartbroken. Senior, you can ask for anything, but how can you believe me?" The old woman thought for a while and raised an inexplicable question. "In the future, during the great battle of Liangmang, can you let our sect's chi cultivators rush to the Bailiang border to watch the battle but not participate in it?" Su Fengnian smiled, "As long as you don't do anything to harm Bailiang, there will be no problem." The old woman smiled, "It's a deal." Su Fengnian hurriedly flattered, "Senior is straightforward, this is a real expert. Compared to that *T Mount Longhu, it is more than 100 floors higher. The old woman accepted it calmly. The immortals behind her who were previously exhausted from dealing with the sky full of flying swords changed their impression of him, especially the direct disciple whom the Guanyin sect had high hopes for. The corner of the beautiful woman's mouth curled up and she smiled sweetly. This little guy was really interesting. He clearly had terrifying skills in controlling countless flying swords, but he was still so frivolous. The old woman looked straight at Su Fengnian. The latter smiled and shouted, "Su Ying." The surface of the lake seemed to have been split by a sword. The red-robed otherworldly item was the first to appear in the air. It looked at the 15 overseas immortals with a pair of purple and gold eyes that were shining with compassion. Even the charming young woman Chi Cultivator could not suppress the tidal wave of fear in her heart after being stared at by it. The old woman smiled and said softly, "Young Master Su's merit is boundless." Then, she turned around and stepped on the lake to leave. The 14 Chi cultivators followed one after another. The woman who had comprehended the finger sword and the other grandmasters in name floated to the surface of the lake. They pulled out a young and unruly barefooted woman who was drenched in sweat and looked back with a smile before leaving. The barefooted woman turned around and snorted coldly before drifting away. A group of white butterflies floated on the lake. The old woman slowed down her pace and came to the barefooted woman's side to apologize. "Senior Master, I had no choice but to call you by your name just now." The barefooted woman sniffled and waved her hand. "It's all right, I just hate that otherworldly item." The old woman smiled. "There is a thin line between mortals and immortals. It is no longer an otherworldly item. Otherwise, I would have fought it even if it meant risking my life." The young woman who was not yet 20 asked, "Why did you stop me from receiving that person's attack?" The old woman said in a low voice, "Since you are Li Chuangong's disciple, you might be able to borrow his strength to open the divine gate." The young woman said with hatred, "Just you wait." The old woman said softly, "Senior Master, the evil dragon of the Earth Lung Mountain was injured by Li Yufu. It is a good time to pluck the ink dragon." Speaking of this, the old woman revealed a trace of embarrassment. The barefoot woman smiled mischievously. She lifted her foot, and a large group of flying sword fish that she had stolen from the bottom of the lake jumped out of the surface and dived back into the lake, continuing to swim. This fierce battle on the lake was not a small one. Although it was not a life-and-death battle, it had already shocked the 300 to 400 Jianghu people in the Yuyan mountain villa. Su Fengnian had originally wanted to borrow the swords first, so he had to finish what he started and return the swords one more time. At the same time, he could also show off his elegance. However, he didn't expect that he would be missing 200 swords. This made Su Fengnian turn around and curse at the lake. In this way, how could he persuade the Yuyan mountain villa to work for Beiliang? The next time they met, he would beat him until he cried and went back to the South Sea like old Manly. Chapter 775. By the time Su Fengnian put on his straw rain hat again and went ashore with his fishing rod and fish basket, sword maniac Wang Xiaoping was nowhere to be found. Blue Bird stood quietly on the shore and took the items from her young master. The fish basket was completely empty. Su Fengnian was somewhat embarrassed. Not to mention fishing, even if you bent down and slapped the water, a few carps would jump into your hands. Su Fengnian was freezing on the lake. He had painstakingly fished for 2 hours, but in the end, he returned empty-handed. Other than Lu Wenbao, Zhang Bingling and Zhang Chunlin of Yuyan Mountain Villa, as well as the woman who betrayed the Guanyin sect, had also rushed over. They were all grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to say anything, Zhang Bingling, who was the leader of the Jianghu of a province, was about to kneel down and kowtow. Su Fengnian hurriedly held him up, not allowing him to do such a big bow. Zhang Chunlin, who was full of famous swords, had a face full of reverence. He could not wait to be apprenticed to his master. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not reveal the truth. It was rare for him to pretend to be a chivalrous hero. He politely said, "Manor Head stayed here first, and I returned the favor later. We don't owe each other anything. Manor Head Zhang, don't worry too much. To be honest, I borrowed more than 1,000 swords from Yuyan Mountain Villa, but in the end, many of them were stolen by those South Sea Qi cultivators." Zhang Bingling had always thought that he was going to die. How could he care about the hundreds of swords that were stolen? Furthermore, the dozens of famous swords in the manor's collection were still there. Like Zhang Chunlin's Rootless Sky Water, Dragon Whisker's Wind Beacon, Slender Waist Yang Spring, and Killer Winter, all of them had been returned to their rightful owners. Zhang Bingling was willing to seal the ancestral Dragon Rock incense burner for the woman by his side. How could he value the famous swords in the manor more than his wife? Zhang Bingling was inarticulate. At this time, he did not know how to express his gratitude and repay a little. Such a great man could only tremble with his lips. He held the white-haired young man's hand in front of him. Everything was understood without words. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to return to the snow courtyard. He said straightforwardly, "Yuyan Mountain Villa still has 3 years to forge the remaining talisman swords. I happen to have a few Qin ancient swords made of materials similar to the wooden ox. When I return to my residence, I will have someone send them to the manor. They can probably help manor solve your urgent needs." Zhang Bingling's face was stunned and muttered to himself, "How can I do this? People say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, but since it's a gushing spring, how should Zhang Bingling repay him?" Su Fengnian smiled. Intercepting the South Sea immortals on the lake was just a spur of the moment. Afterwards, the Qin ancient swords will have to be traded with Yuyan Mountain Villa. They will not be given away for free. Zhang Bingling, who was most afraid of owing people, was relieved. He nodded repeatedly and said, "This is the best. If benefactor does not mind, all the secret rooms in Yuyan Mountain Villa, including the Dragon Rock incense burner, will be open to you. Other than my son's Rootless Sky Water, which is a gift and cannot be sold to you, the rest are the Killer Winter, Dragon Whiskers, Wind Beacon and Slender Waist Yang Spring. All the famous ancient swords in the manor can be taken away by you. Furthermore, several of our ancestors traveled to Jianghu and had some adventures. Yuyan Mountain Villa has some knowledge about Qi cultivation." Zhang Bingling only left copies of those secret manuals. The original ones will be taken by you. There are also some land deeds and gold and silver in the manor. Zhang Bingling was talking excitedly when his wife pulled his sleeve. He suddenly came back to his senses and realized that he had forgotten himself. He smiled embarrassedly, thinking that with this young master's family background, he would not be interested in those common things. After he came back to his senses, he clasped his fist and apologized. Zhang Bingling was vulgar. "Please don't blame me." Su Fengnian looked back at the lake and turned his head with a smile. "Shall we go to Qi Shui courtyard to talk?" Zhang Bingling did not dare to have the slightest objection. When they arrived at the courtyard, the steward Zhang Han had already taken away the 3 visiting maidservants, leaving only 2 maidservants who were working in Qi Shui. The host and the guest sat around the stove. Zhang Chunlin did not dare to sit down. He had the courage to look at this young master who looked about the same age. He had several famous swords in his arms, which was somewhat funny. If he had a few more swords on his back, he would almost look like a person who sold broken swords in the Jianghu. Perhaps because Su Fengnian's borrowing of the sword was too shocking, Zhang Chunlin mistakenly thought that this white-haired sword immortal only looked young, but in fact, was a transcendent immortal who was already 60 years old. Su Fengnian drank a mouthful of yellow wine. Has the master ever thought of moving the foundation of Yuyan Mountain Villa out? Bailiang was short of land and gold and silver, but it was short of talents. Yuyan Mountain Villa's superb sword-making skills were passed down from generation to generation. It was a fisherman, not a fish. There were nearly 100 skilled craftsmen in the village who had been working with swords all their lives. Their value could not be measured by a few famous swords. For Bailiang, whose cavalry was the strongest in the world, it was very precious. Next, the imperial court would definitely tighten the neck of Bailiang in the matter of salt and iron. Su Fengnian had to plan ahead. If there were a large number of experienced craftsmen in his hands, it would be equivalent to saving a large number of iron ore. Zhang Bingling was stunned and bitterly said, "Benefactor, to be honest, in these 2 years, seeing that there was no hope of completing the talisman sword, Zhang Bingling had hesitated whether to take my wife and children to the ends of the world and live in hiding. But every time I came to the Dragon Rock incense burner, I would not have this thought. Zhang Bingling can die, but the ancestral property of more than 20 generations cannot be destroyed in Zhang Bingling's hands. Not to mention other things, every year during the tomb sweeping festival, no matter how useless the descendants are, they have to do it." Su Fengnian nodded and did not force him. Zhang Bingling did not even dare to breathe loudly. He was full of guilt and felt that he had let down his benefactor who was slowly drinking the yellow wine in front of him. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Then I will exchange swords for swords and take the 9 famous swords, including the dragon Su Feng Sui." Zhang Chunlin was anxious and hurriedly interrupted, "Benefactor, take this rootless heavenly water that I am wearing as well. Even if the village has to sell everything, we have to gather 100 good swords to repay your kindness." Zhang Bingling smiled and said, "It should be like this. If Benefactor thinks that 100 swords is too burdensome, Yuyan Mountain Villa can personally deliver them to your residence." Zhang Chunlin volunteered, "I can do this. I just happen to want to travel the Jianghu to gain experience." Su Fengnian did not refuse and raised his head to look at the elegant Zhang Chunlin. "For this trip, I have 2 carriages. One of them can be used to carry 100 swords. But forget about the rootless heavenly water. A gentleman fulfills the beauty of others. A petty person takes what others like. I am not a gentleman, but I do not want to be a petty person. My table manners are too ugly. It was not easy for me to act like a true man in the Jianghu in front of the village master and madam. I cannot break it in the blink of an eye." Chapter 776. Zhang Bingling was a simple man who did not like to smile. Hearing this, he also grinned. This benefactor was a genuine person. The manor mistress also unraveled some hidden knots in her heart. Her eyebrows relaxed and she became more gentle and tranquil. Zhang Chunlin, who did not have much experience in Jianghu, was even more speechless. In the eyes of this young manor lord who had made a name for himself at a young age, since his benefactor had personally witnessed the unparalleled elegance of a sword immortal, his words should not have the slightest bit of vulgarity. Who would have thought that Su Fengnian would be so amiable and approachable? Su Fengnian raised his hand to take a look at the sword. Zhang Chunlin hurriedly handed over the sword to Su Fengnian. The 2 maidservants outside the door looked at each other and smiled. Usually, young Height's lord was very cultured and refined. Even when he met the heroes of Jianghu, they had never seen him so restrained and nervous. Su Fengnian took out half of the famous sword, Fengnian. The sword was as clear as water. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and looked at it. He smiled and said, "Just now when we were practicing on the lake, a female chi cultivator used the finger sword. It is said that she could use the finger sword to fill the sea and the finger sword to destroy the sea. Your Yuyan Villa pays attention to both chi and sword cultivation. Do you pay attention to this?" Zhang Bingling's face was strange. Zhang Chunlin concentrated and did not want to miss a word. Instead, the manor mistress said softly, "Benefactor, you don't know. Guanyin sect is good at chi cultivation. Among them, there are amazing people who can go to the first level of finger xian and celestial phenomenon to pick up bits and pieces. They call it the Dragon Palace treasure hunt. Comprehending from the finger xian is relatively simple compared to the higher level of celestial phenomenon. But it is only relatively speaking. Ordinary chi cultivators may not be able to do it even if they spend their whole life without slacking. The finger sword person on the lake used Taoism's talisman and flying sword sect's finger talisman. Finger heaven is clear and bright, finger man is immortal and finger sword is psychic. There are 3 levels in descending order. That chi cultivator is only about 30 years old. To be able to reach this level, as long as one can reach finger sword and man before 60 years old, one can go to finger heaven before 100 years old and pick up heavenly treasure from celestial phenomenon. The strength of a chi refinement warrior naturally lies not in their physique but in their chi refinement. The madam hesitated for a moment and exhaled softly. With a complicated expression, she said, "The head of the chi training master is our sect's elder, dripping water, Guanyin. She's the best at controlling water. The porcelain bottle in her sleeve weighs no more than 3 ounces, but it's rumored that it can pour 33,000 pounds of water." Su Fengnian brushed his finger across the ancient sword and smiled. "Looks like this chi refinement master has shown mercy." Zhang Chunlin snorted coldly. Benefactor drew tens of thousands of snow swords on the lake. That old woman clearly knew the difficulty and retreated. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "My moves, whether it is the real sword of Yuyan Mountain Villa or the snow sword made on the lake, can be used to scare people, but when it comes to actually hurting people, it is very common." Just as Zhang Chunlin was about to defend his immortal benefactor, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Young Heights Lord, I'm actually about the same age as you. Why don't we call each other brothers?" Zhang Chunlin opened his mouth wide. Zhang Bingling and the woman also looked at each other in dismay. They could not believe that this young sword celestial was really a man in his 20s. They were practically strangers who met by chance. It was not good for them to talk too much. Zhang Bingling and the other 2 were embarrassed to continue staying. They stood up and respectfully bid farewell. Other than the rootless heavenly water, the rest of the famous swords were left behind. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and recalled the finger sword technique of the female chi refinement warrior on the lake. He pointed on the fire beacon sword and exhaled chi to seal the talisman. It was probably because the fire beacon sword was not the talisman sword. Su Fengnian only had the shape but not the spirit. Wang Xiaoping entered the house and sat down. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He glanced sideways at His Royal Highness, who was constantly pointing at the fire beacon sword, and said hoarsely, "The finger technique is not wrong. It is indeed the mystery of the chi refinement finger. But it is useless. Guanyin sect has its own unique chi to guide it. Wudong sect claims that the world's internal strength comes from the jade pillar. Many secret manuals are circulated outside the mountains and they are not wrong at all. Why are there so few that can enter the right path? There is no other reason other than the yin-yang twin fish. Losing one of them means losing the essence of everything." Su Fengnian nodded and changed the topic. "Young Master Wang, would you like to take a sword as a companion sword?" Wang Xiaoping did not hold back. He reached out and grabbed an ancient sword. He tapped the scabbard with his finger and the wind and snow in the courtyard suddenly stopped. Wang Xiaoping nodded and praised, "I will take this one." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. Wang Xiaoping calmly asked, "How will you deal with Han Diaoxi's assassination?" Su Fengnian sighed. "I can only counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir." Wang Xiaoping shook his head. "Although you have the mysterious finger woman Xianyuan Qingfeng, the immortal spear king embroidered moment, and the celestial phenomenon otherworldly item, even if you have me to attack at the right time, you may not be able to escape unscathed." Su Fengnian was surprised. "Is this still not enough?" Wang Xiaoping asked back, "The 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, died in front of you. Do you really think that these masters are not masters? Moreover, Wang Mingyin's 11th in the world is only the last of the 10 in the Liang dynasty. Han Diaoxi is not the same. He is worthy of being one of the 10 in the world, and he is the best at killing celestial phenomenon with his mysterious finger. As long as Han Diaoxi is willing to sacrifice his life, it will not be as difficult to kill you as you think. In the competition between the top masters of Jianghu, one is against the enemy Wang Xianji, and the other is between Chao Chongqing, who was at Celestial Phenomenon at that time, and Han Shengxian, who was only below Dong Tai in terms of mysterious finger comprehension. The last type is a battle of life and death. If the Handiao Temple is willing to do this, even the Confucian sage Chao Zhongqing would have a headache. Wang Xiaoping's words were shocking. I advise you not to let the red robe otherworldly item attack Han Diaosi. It can fight evenly with Lu Haoshi, but I am afraid that it will lose half of its cultivation in less than 50 moves from Han Diaosi. He is good at killing celestial phenomenon with his mysterious finger. If you let the otherworldly item nourish your internal energy and fight Han Diaosi to the death, the otherworldly item will be damaged. How good will it be for you? Maybe Han Diaosi is waiting for you to do this. At that time, even if I, Wang Xiaoping, protect you with my life, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. In my opinion, you can only use her, who is using the instant spear, and the men of sacrifice hiding in the dark to fill the hole and exhaust Han Diaosi's internal energy. Then, you can only hope that the Huishan woman will fight to the death for you. In the end, I will decide the winner in 3 moves. If I win, everything will be fine. If I lose, you will have to pray for yourself. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. What is the 10th in the world? Is this the ability of the 10th in the world? Wang Xiaoping sneered. Yang Taisui has a guilty conscience. In these years, his realm has fallen into a mess. It is not a great ability for you to kill him alone. As for Raccoon Diwu, his mysterious finger is not weak, but compared to Dong Tai's mysterious finger, Han Shengxian, he is not worth mentioning. You are unlucky. If Han Diaosi was replaced by Deng Mao, the 9th in the world, with the celestial phenomenon otherworldly item protecting you, it would be easier for you. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and muttered to himself, below the earth immortal, invincible Han. Chapter 777. After drinking the yellow wine, Su Fengnian walked out of the courtyard toward the pavilion on Crouching Tiger Mountain. Along the way, the heavy snow brushed against his body and his shoulders. It was probably because Zhang Bingling had pretended to be the bad guy and given the order, so no one came to curry favor with him. The woman in purple leaned against the pillar of the pavilion with her legs stretched out, facing the lake. There was a guqin on her lap. Su Fengnian walked into the pavilion, but her expression didn't change at all. Su Fengnian went straight to the point. Han Diaosi will appear within 300 miles. How much strength do you plan to contribute? Let's talk about this in advance, then I'll do what I can. Xianyuan Qingfeng frowned. That cat man is only in the Xian finger state. Is it worth your effort? Su Fengnian sat down and said calmly, first of all, Han Diaosi is recognized as the second person in the Xian finger state after Dong Tai. His arm is wrapped in red threads, and he can break a long life with a flick of his finger. Second of all, I'm afraid that he will come to the celestial phenomenon state for no reason. Then it won't be as simple as the Xian finger state killing the celestial phenomenon state. After Prince Zhao Kai's death, Han Shengxian, who has no hope of supporting the Dragon Emperor, will have nothing left to live for. He hates me to the bone. If he could kill me 10 times, he wouldn't just stop at 9. Suing is in the celestial phenomenon state, so it's not suitable for her to make a move. Now I'm worried that Han Shengxian will be unscathed before Wang Xiaoping makes her move. Xianyuan Qingfeng put his hands on the strings of the guqin. Do you know that Han Diaosi was besieged in the western regions last time? Su Fengnian nodded. White Fox didn't say a word. I only heard some trivial things from Wu. The 3 of you led 1600 elite Bailiang light cavalry and encountered Han Diaosi 3 times in total. He escaped from your encirclement each time. Once, you killed 400 cavalry for him and took an iron arrow from Wu. White Fox risked her life but still couldn't cut off his arm. She only cut off a mass of red threads. The other 2 times, Wu said that you were seriously injured. One time, if you didn't run into a few old monks of the esoteric Buddhism sect of the western regions and suck your internal energy dry, your heartstrings would have been completely broken by the cat man. Wu nodded. The white fox's face's life. If this guy didn't care about his life, the Bailiang's cavalry would have been intercepted by Han Diaoxi's favor. Wu and I, we couldn't withstand the old man and I and the old man's favor. Wu and I and me's Kuden and me and myself, how the old Wu and me, s, and I and me, the Wu's Wu and me's b, Wu and I. Before I left Mount Huishan, I was so conceited. I only thought that I could easily occupy a spot among the top 10 in the world and that I could easily squeeze out Deng Mao. But after I faced Han Diaoxi, who was only ranked 10th, I realized how ignorant I was. After I was lucky enough to return to Bailiang alive, I told myself that I shouldn't foolishly find trouble with Han Diaoxi before I become a terrestrial immortal. Su Fengnian said softly, I know. Xianyuan Qingfeng still didn't turn his head. He asked softly, are you very disappointed? Su Fengnian held the back of his head with both hands. No. Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled and asked, just now, you went through a lot of trouble on the lake and fought with a bunch of Qi cultivators. Are you worried that you'll be forgotten by the martial world just like Li Chungang if you die? Su Fengnian smiled. You know me best. Xianyuan Qingfeng glanced at the cold saber on Su Fengnian's waist and asked curiously, how are you going to deal with that human cat who can tear the red armor of the talisman general at his peak with his bare hands? Su Fengnian either didn't have confidence or didn't confide in him. He said vaguely, I can only take one step at a time. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't get to the bottom of it. He watched Su Fengnian stretch out his hand and wave it gently. Snowflakes drifted in the air. After feeling bored to death, he got up and left. Xianyuan Qingfeng leaned back against the pillar. Her head hit the pillar with a soft bang. After some time, she lowered her head and looked down. After hesitating for a moment, she bent down and tied up her skirt. At dusk on the same day, Yuyan Mountain Villa gathered 2 big boxes of famous swords that the villa had kept for many years and carefully moved them to Qi Shui courtyard. For some reason, after Wang Xiaoping got the dragon whiskers, she still asked for 2 more swords. One was a short sword, Little Bark, and the other was a wide sword, Deer Head. In Yuyan Mountain Villa, they were considered good swords, but there was still a gap between them and the famous swords. Su Fengnian didn't care about this. Before Hong Shixiang went down the mountain, sword maniac Wang Xiaoping was the undisputed #1 swordsman in Wudang sect. Her killing and demon-vanquishing skills even surpassed his 2 senior brothers, Wang Zhongluo and Yu Xingrui. The purity of her sword intent was also one of the best in the world. Wang Xiaoping took 3 swords. Su Fengnian could roughly guess some clues. With 3 swords in hand, against Han Diaoxi, it would be a matter of 3 swords. It was success or death. Chapter 778. At dinner time, Su Fengnian went to the meeting alone. In Yuyan Villa, apart from Zhang Bingling, Zhang Chunlin, and the wife, there were also 2 good friends that Zhang Bingling had known for half of his life. One was called Chao Yu, who used a pair of dragon tendon whips. After entering the 2nd grade master realm at the age of 40, he had been stagnant for 10 whole years. Not only did he not show any signs of entering the 1st grade, he even showed signs of going against the current. In these years, he had been traveling all over the place, looking for experts to spar with, but he still didn't make any progress. The other was a famous swordsman, his name was Duan Mao. The so-called famous swordsman was only someone who rarely met his match in a province. He walked the unorthodox path, not the mind. He could be considered as Dong Tai's disciple and grand disciple. Jianghu was like this, staring at the top figures with their eyes wide open. Thousands of juniors would imitate them wholeheartedly. Duan Mao's proudest achievement was that he didn't enter the 2nd grade, but he relied on his strange swordsmanship to defeat 2 masters. Chao Yu and Duan Mao, in the local Jianghu, could be said to be the top figures in the province with a sneeze. Who knows how many Jianghu people would try their best to be apprenticed to a master. After all, most people wouldn't be able to come in contact with those flying immortals in their lifetime. Those who could barely control a sword were almost invincible sword immortals. The Wu family sword tomb boy controlled a sword to break a butterfly. This kind of saying was only heard, no one would take it seriously. Chao Yu and Duan Mao were both experienced in Jianghu and knew to avoid the taboo. They didn't bother about Su Fengnian's secret identity, but the desire in their eyes couldn't be hidden. One was eager to stabilize his realm, not to reach the legendary first grade, but to not fall out of the second grade. The other was a swordsman, and suddenly met Su Fengnian, a terrifying hidden immortal who could control hundreds and thousands of swords. He eagerly wanted to get a few words of advice from the white-haired sword immortal, which might make his swordsmanship improve by leaps and bounds. It was a pity that the land immortal, whose real age was unknown, never spoke. Fortunately, Chao Yu and Duan Mao did not have high expectations. They felt proud to be able to sit at the same table and have a meal. In the future, when they walked out of Yuyan Mountain Villa and talked with their peers and juniors, it would be a shocking and wonderful story. You've heard of Li Chungang summoning a sword at Bull Mound, but have you ever seen someone riding 1,000 swords to split a lake and kill an immortal? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Mao asked indirectly, "Senior Su, are the white-robed deities on the lake really Qi cultivators from the Guanyin sect of the South Sea? Senior, you're able to fight against a dozen by yourself. At the very least, you're at the finger-profound realm, right?" Su Fengnian, who got the title of senior for no reason, felt funny in his heart. He was expressionless, as if he was reminiscing about the peak battle on the lake. In the eyes of Chao Yu and Duan Mao, it was not conceit, but the reservedness that an expert should have. After dinner, everyone moved to a unique and elegant garden in Yuyan Mountain Villa. Purple bamboos were planted everywhere. The heavy snow pressed the bamboo leaves, which were overwhelmed. From time to time, there was the sound of bamboo breaking. In the snowy night, there was a small red clay stove. The most graceful maid in the residence was warming wine with her hands. There was also a sword immortal with a head full of frost. Chao Yu and Duan Mao, who had never had such an experience, were already drunk before drinking. If this was spread out, how could it not be a beautiful story in Wulin? Duan Mao sighed with emotion, "Senior, you used the snow as thousands of swords. It's really the work of an immortal. Duan Mao will engrave it in his mind and yearn for it." Chao Yu was not willing to fall behind. He clapped his hands and praised, "Although I don't practice sword, I have no regrets in this life after seeing seniors battle on the lake. I only regret that I didn't take my sword to Jianghu back then." Su Fengnian was absent-minded. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a hedonistic prince and was flattered by the disciples around him. He was lost in thought. At this moment, a dazzling purple robe with an extremely bright color walked into his line of sight. Her purple dress complemented the purple bamboo forest under the lantern's light. The corners of her dress were pulled up into a knot, making her figure even more graceful. She did not sit down. Instead, she said a superfluous sentence to Su Fengnian, "I still won't fight." Su Fengnian said in surprise, "I know." Xianyuan Qingfeng silently turned around. Zhang Chunlin's eyes were fixed. His mind was swaying. It was not inferior to the time when they watched the battle on the lake. How could there be such a seductive woman in the world? Su Fengnian's body leaned slightly, his elbow resting on the edge of the couch. The corner of his mouth curled up. This woman actually had a guilty conscience? Zhang Chunlin asked carefully, "Benefactor, who is this lady?" Su Fengnian smiled. "We just met by chance." Chao Yu and Duan Mao swallowed at the same time. Their expressions were somewhat unnatural. This was because they both remembered a rising woman in the Jianghu. She was also dressed in purple all year round and came from Mount Hui's Great Snow Plateau. Outsiders only knew that an unexpected disaster had occurred at Bull Hill. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a mountain had struck down. Almost all of the top experts in the Xianyuan family who could shoulder the burden had died. They had thought that after the men of the Xianyuan family were all dead, the family would decline. Unexpectedly, Xianyuan Qingfeng appeared out of nowhere. Rumors spread everywhere. Everyone said that she was a demoness who liked to cook hearts and livers. Moreover, she was good at harvesting yang to nourish her yin. She was extremely vicious. Everyone had the right to kill such a vicious woman who harmed the martial arts world. Most importantly, she was inextricably linked to the heir of Bailiang. Ordinary righteous people would not dare to act rashly. Su Fengnian suddenly closed his eyes and wiped his forehead with a finger. He lowered his head and pretended to drink, but he gritted his teeth. The porcelain cup did not move at all. The wine in the cup swirled like a tornado. Chapter 779. Su Fengnian held the cup in one hand and covered it with the other. There was a mark between his eyebrows that turned from red to purple, accompanying him as he drank. Everyone only thought that this loose immortal, who was not well known in Jianghu, was lost in thought. They only cared about themselves as they drank, not daring to disturb him. Zhang Chunlin had always been arrogant. With Yuyan Mountain Villa's status in the Jianghu, he was outstanding and born with a good appearance. He stopped at etiquette to the women who adored him and did not touch them at all. For some reason, when he saw the woman in purple who was as cold as frost, he was infatuated in an instant. It was just that he did not know what her relationship with his benefactor was. Heaven and man were in a dilemma. Between his eyebrows, there was only hesitation and desolation. He drank alone sadly. No one knew a son better than his mother. The woman who betrayed the South Sea Island sighed softly. Zhang Bingling's temper was rough, and his observation skills were not good enough. He only cared about drinking with his two old friends. Su Fengnian leisurely exhaled a long breath. Chao Yu and Duan Mao stopped drinking and turned their heads with a look of disbelief. They saw the wisp of mist floating like a white snake in the air, as if twisting its head and tail. Wherever it passed, it crushed the snow into powder. Su Fengnian put down his cup and suddenly stood up. He said goodbye and went straight to the small courtyard of Qi Shui. He passed the courtyard door but did not enter. His footsteps floated and he almost staggered forward. He hesitated for a moment and swept through the air. His body was like an arrow that fell straight into the lake and sank to the bottom of the lake. The people of Purple Bamboo Forest did not know the truth. They looked at each other and saw the doubt and shock in each other's eyes. Was this the rumored Jianghu sword breath that was like a dragon? It was the first time Wang Xiaoping held a sword since he came up the mountain. He showed outstanding talent among the many martial brothers of Wudong. He had always been regarded as an excellent sword embryo born for the sword. He himself had always insisted that one day in the future he would die for the sword. Carrying the three swords of Yuyan Mountain Villa's Feng Shui, Little Bark, and Deer Head, this sword maniac slowly came to the lakeside, guarding the lake for the young man at the bottom of the lake. When Su Fengnian went to Wudong, Wang Xiaoping did not think much of it. A hedonistic son of rich parents with a notorious record, running to the mountain to practice the blade, what kind of future could he achieve? De Shixiang did not hesitate to use his entire cultivation base of the Great Yellow Cord in exchange for the 4 words Wudong Dang Xing, which made Wang Xiaoping even more furious. In a fit of pique, she simply went down the mountain to sharpen her sword heart, seeking to avoid what the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve. To this day, putting aside the identity of Zhenwu and the foreshadowing of Wudong Mountain, Wang Xiaoping did not have a good impression of Su Fengnian. But in terms of pure martial arts experience, she did admire him a little. Ancestor Lu once said that when we cultivate the Tao, we shouldn't cultivate to become a watchdog. Wang Xiaoping sat cross-legged until daybreak. 300 miles south of Yuyan Mountain Villa was Jiangnan. A sudden and continuous heavy snow covered everything in silver. Everything was free to wear a fox fur coat. In the cold and snowy night, a black-clothed old man stepped on the white snow, his hands hidden in his sleeves. The place he walked was not in front of a village nor behind a shop. The nearest village to rest was 30 miles away. Ordinary old people would freeze to death in the snow. But looking at the old man's manner of walking, he seemed to have some martial arts training. Although he did not have too much domineering arrogance, presumably he would not freeze to death on the road. The old man was dressed in a wide-sleeved black robe, a pair of thick brocade boots stained with snow. His head was full of frosty white hair. Snow constantly fell on his head, as if there was snow on top of his frosty hair, somewhat cold and cheerless. The old man walked expressionlessly, with no regard for anything or anyone. Even if there were a dozen white-clothed immortals floating by, like birds stepping on snow and mud, he still turned a blind eye. Not to mention that one of the young women was riding on a sword with 100 flying swords behind her. The black-clothed old man also looked straight ahead. As a result, the chi cultivators who had always been detached from the secular world took a few more glances. Chi cultivators were known for observing the weather, observing the chi cultivators and people's faces. After sizing him up, they still could not figure him out. The leading old woman gently flicked her sleeves, pushing a sect junior who had slightly paused a few feet away. She then stopped. In the heavy snow, there was no road to talk about. But this old woman who did not attack Su Fengnian outside Yuyan Mountain Villa actually had the humble attitude of a junior meeting a senior. The chi cultivators were divided into two groups. One group had already swept past the black-clothed old man in a straight line, while the other group behind the old woman was motionless. Not to mention the barefoot woman who was riding on the sword, her eyes were rolling with a puzzled expression. Even the direct disciple of the Guanyin sect who had comprehended the finger sword was somewhat surprised. Not to mention the rest of the chi cultivators who had come out for experience this time, they all looked at the old man who had brushed past them from afar. The black-clothed old man suddenly stopped in his tracks and did not turn his head. But everyone noticed that the tall black-clothed old man had separated a strand of chi-ji, locking onto the dripping Guanyin of the sect. The old woman's expression was normal, but her feet were deep in the snow. In an instant, the black-clothed old man who had descended like an old devil retracted his chi-ji and looked up to the north. In the blink of an eye, he continued to move forward. As the powerful elder of the Guanyin sect, the old woman heaved a sigh of relief. The group of chi cultivators in front drifted back and surrounded the old woman. They were somewhat moved and frightened. The old woman waited until the black-clothed man disappeared from her sight before revealing the secret, it's Han Diaosi. The barefoot woman who was the youngest but had the highest seniority laughed and said, "A human cat. I heard from my junior sister that because he is good at killing celestial phenomena with his finger, he is Han Wudi who is below the land immortal. Dripping Guanyin, why is he targeting you?" Chapter 780. The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched as she remained silent. It was the chi refinement warrior who looked like a beautiful lady from an aristocratic family who explained, "Grand Marshal Uncle, you don't know this. The reason why this fiend was demoted to a human cat is that he has a notorious reputation throughout the spring and autumn period. He has always been side by side with the top three, Huang Longshi, and the Prince of Northern Liang, Su Shao, as the three great devils of the world. Besides the fact that Han Shengxian is the most powerful official in the Liang dynasty and the close attendant of the Zhao family's emperor, he has always liked to torture and kill first-tier experts. Among the four great grandmasters of the martial arts world of the previous generation, the talisman general Hong Jia, who made all the chi refinement warriors in the world helpless, was stripped of his talisman armor by Han Shengshuan's bare hands. He tore his body apart and hung his head on the flagpole. Even the red armor talisman generals are like this, let alone those first-grade Vajra realm Jianghu experts. The Northern Mang's martial arts evaluation is more or less a tie. If it wasn't for this great eunuch secretly killing countless Vajra realm Jianghu experts in the past 20 to 30 years, and a few of them being made into cruel talisman armors, causing the entire Jianghu to suffer a great loss of vitality, the Liang dynasty would definitely have more than 5 people on the martial arts ranking list. The beautiful woman looked at the old woman carefully. Senior Uncle Master comprehended the three zhong shentong from celestial realm. Maybe Han Diaosi saw through it. But I don't know why he didn't do anything in the end. The young woman said, "Oh." She kicked the snow gently. Her eyes were bright and she was eager to try. The male Qi trainer who made a fool of himself by sitting on the lake snorted, "No matter how invincible Cat-Man is, he is not really invincible in the world. Otherwise, Chao Guanzi wouldn't have entered the palace so many times. How would he dare to challenge our Guanyin sect alone? He was a typical frog in the well. There was no shortage of such people in the big sections. The mouth of the well was just a little bigger, but they thought it was as big as the world. However, although Guanyin sect was isolated in the South Sea, it really had the foundation to be arrogant and look down on the Jianghu. However, this Qi refinement warrior's arrogance was somewhat inappropriate in the face of the Handiao temple, which was one of the few top-notch experts. The old woman didn't help the younger generation to look down on the Jianghu on the land. She shook her head and said bluntly, "If Han Xianxia really wants to kill someone, only the master of our sect can fight him after he comes out of seclusion. And the chance of winning is very small." As soon as she said this, there was a sudden silence. The old man in black walked all the way until dawn. He came to the outside of Jiangnan's Shenwu city. The city gate was not open. He waited quietly outside, mingling with some people who came from outside the city. At night, there was a foot of snow inside and outside the city. An old villager in thin clothes drove a cart of charcoal across the ice path at dawn. In order to sell it for a good price, he and the cart had obviously come early. There was still a period of time before the curfew was lifted. The old man selling charcoal knew that the winter snow was very cold. He got off the cart and fiercely stomped his feet, shivering. He couldn't bear to use his shoes to sweep the snow away. He bent down and used his hand to sweep a small space beside the cart. Only then did he pick up his young grandson who was wearing a tattered cotton felt hat and let him stand in the circle without snow. The old man and the young depended on each other. Neither of them felt at ease leaving the other. They could only grit their teeth and bear the bone-piercing cold in the snow. The child's skin was dark and his body was skinny. He leaned against the cart to block the cold air. He didn't forget to stand on his tiptoes and hold one of his grandfather's hands, trying to help warm it up. The scholars in the city who wore fur coats and brocade could take advantage of the snowy weather to write poems around the stove. The burning charcoal was as warm as spring. They could eat and drink to their heart's content and moan a few sentences about how spring would come if the winter wasn't austere. How could the newly frozen brush be too lazy to mention? How could the mellow wine in the clay stove be warmed? However, very few people knew that in this kind of weather that could kill people, the poor people would be so miserable that they couldn't bend their knees. The old man in black with a head full of silver frost glanced at the top of the city wall and then looked at the pair of grandfather and grandson who were selling charcoal. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Since they weren't people of the palace, he didn't care about Jianghu matters and didn't kill Jianghu people. After leaving the palace, he didn't care about Jianghu at all. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have already killed the group of Qi cultivators who were unwilling to submit to the court last night, especially that old woman. To him, he was no longer the powerful Han Diaosi in the palace. He was just the eunuch Han Xianxia who had abandoned his own son. Before that pitiful woman died, she entrusted Zhao Kai to him and not to the son of the Zhao family. The kindness of a meal was enough for Han Xianxia, who could distinguish between kindness and hatred in his life, to repay it with his life. Han Xianxuan's eyes turned cold. The city gate slowly opened. A woman in white walked in slowly. She walked to the back of the cart and quietly pushed it. The old man who was selling charcoal noticed that something was wrong. He sighed and pulled the old bull to stop the charcoal cart. The young child with frostbite on his fingers jumped down from the cart. He looked at the fairy sister behind the cart with a confused expression. The woman stood still and asked with a smile, "Why did the cart stop?" The child didn't dare to speak. The sister in front of him was really too beautiful. The grand-uncle of Guanyin sect bent down and touched his head. He smiled and said gently, "I'm selling charcoal, girl. What about you?" The child hid his hands behind his back and answered timidly, "Beside the water." He quickly added with a red face, "My mother gave birth to me beside the water." The woman laughed and said, "Then you can call me sister selling charcoal." The child didn't have such courage. He mumbled and didn't dare to answer. He ran back to the front and hid beside his grandfather. The barefooted woman leaped onto a rag laid on top of a cart of charcoal. She sat down quietly, and the old ox moved even more briskly. Han Shengxian, who was surging with murderous intent, retracted his hand and didn't enter the city. He waited quietly for Su Fengnian. Chapter 781. Not included in the update on the 28th. The heavy snow in Jiangnan finally subsided. The two carriages slowly traveled on the road. Along the way, many willows on the side of the road could not bear the heavy weight and were crushed by the snow. After entering Jiangnan, even Wu, a young man with a lively personality, gradually became indifferent. According to the geographical map, the city ahead was already more than 800 li away from the capital. Everyone knew what this meant. At dusk, the carriages that had not encountered a resting place since the early morning stopped at a rather brand new large temple. Despite the frigid weather, there was still an endless stream of pilgrims. The people in the carriage wanted to ask for a vegetarian meal to fill their stomachs. After getting off the carriage and seeing the plaque, a middle-aged Taoist with 3 long swords on his back suddenly smiled knowingly. Dragon Tiger Mountain and Wudang Mountain, in the battle for the ancestral court of Taoism, the latter was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that in Jiangnan, there would be a Taoist temple dedicated to Jianghu the Great Emperor? After entering the temple and taking a seat, perhaps because the Taoist in the temple saw that the guests were wearing Wudang Taoist robes and had an extraordinary bearing, it quickly alerted an elderly Taoist with an extraordinary position in the Jianghu temple. He personally received this group of guests. After asking, he found out that Wang Xiaoping, one of the most senior Taoists of Wudang Mountain, had personally come. After the initial shock, his entire face bloomed with a smile, and he repeatedly said that he was honored by her presence. Although Dragon Tiger Mountain suppressed the world's famous caves, relying on the fact that it had the same surname as the Son of Heaven as well as the foundation of a few feather minister to create momentum, in the eyes of the secular world, the approachable Wudang Mountain, especially the few Taoists on Big Lotus Peak who did not easily leave the mountain, also had the air of an enlightened immortal. Wang Xiaoping's travels in Jianghu with the Shen-Tu talisman sword in his hand, beheading countless demons and monsters along the way, had long been widely spread in Jianghu. When Su Fengnian and the others were eating, they chatted with the Taoist priest and found out that this Jianghu temple was destroyed during the Spring and Autumn War. Afterwards, the local rich and powerful men spent several tens of thousands of taels of fine silver to build it. It occupied an area of 8 mu, which was actually against the law. However, the Shenwu city had received a lot of incense from the old Jianghu temple, so the parents and government officials were happy to see it happen, therefore, they turned a blind eye to it. After the vegetarian meal, the old Taoist priest personally led the group of outsiders to the Jianghu temple. There were side halls on the east and west sides. In the main hall, Jianghu Great Emperor was standing on a turtle and a snake. On both sides of the walls were pictures of clouds. Before Su Fengnian entered the hall, he wanted to do as the Romans did and burn a stick of incense. However, he was stopped by Wang Xiaoping. The old Taoist priest glanced at him and did not think too much about it. Su Fengnian stood in front of the futon and thought about the time when the 4 of them went to Wudang. His eldest sister was wandering around while his second sister pulled him to the back of Zhenwu's statue. He saw with his own eyes that she used a dagger in her sleeve to carve a line of small words, "Banished to the 3,000 miles." At that time, he was still a child and only felt that his second sister was so rebellious that he wanted to vent his anger. Su Fengnian looked up at the statue and exhaled a long breath. It was the first time the old Taoist priest had seen such a young and white-haired pilgrim. For some reason, all the pilgrims were gathered outside. At this moment, the main hall was strangely quiet. The young masters in front of him had a head full of snow, wearing white clothes and shoes. Under the contrast, the main hall was like a god in a trance. It was as if the statue of Jianghu Great Emperor had some indescribable immortal aura. The weathered Taoist priest, who had always been curious about the Wudang sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, could not help but feel strange. Su Fengnian, Mount Hui purple-clothed Xianyuan Qingfeng, Wang Xiaoping with 3 swords on her back, Blue Bird with her instant spear quietly hidden under the carriage as a shaft, Wu the young man, and Lu Wanbao, who was full of passion and wanted to go to Beiliang to fulfill his ambitions. These 6 people walked out of the Jianghu temple filled with incense and walked towards the carriage. Before entering the carriage, Su Fengnian suddenly said to Xianyuan Qingfeng, "Stop here. Master Lu Hao is secretly moving to the capital from the south to the descendants of the Lu family. Go and kill as many as you can, but don't force yourself too much. It's best if you don't reveal your identity. Also, don't wear purple-clothed clothes. After all, your base is still in Mount Hui within the Guangling Dao's territory." Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at him coldly. His limpid eyes were filled with undisguised anger. Su Fengnian did not take it seriously. "Since you've decided not to do anything, then let's part ways for now. It's better than distracting me when the time comes." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered and asked straightforwardly, "Are you holding a grudge against me for not helping you stop Han Diaosi? Or are you afraid that I'll turn around and stab you in the back?" Su Fengnian glanced at him indifferently. "Both." Xianyuan Qingfeng glared at Su Fengnian and said, "Good," 3 times in a row before leaving. Su Fengnian looked at Blue Bird and asked gently, "Is everything arranged?" She nodded slightly. Su Fengnian lowered his head and bent his waist before entering the carriage and sitting cross-legged against the wall. Lu Qiu had followed him like a shadow on both occasions. Naturally, this damn fatty was not following him around to eat his dust or watch His Royal Highness make a fool of himself. The old troops of Beiliang were scattered all over the place. The Battle of Iron Gate was enough to show poison warrior Li Yishan's generosity. Moreover, there were more similar arrangements that were not limited to one place or one time. Most of these brave old generals and soldiers had indeed left the army for various reasons. However, many of the elites had chosen to lay low and hide in the court and the marketplace. Beiliang had now completely torn off its last layer of face with the emperor. Since Su Fengnian was certain to become the next king of Beiliang, it was time for these chess pieces to be pulled out and moved closer to the barren land of Beiliang. All of this was carried out in an orderly manner according to one of Li Yishan's tricks. However, there was one hidden force that had gathered to specifically target Han Diaosi. One group of light cavalry had 600 men. The other group of heavy cavalry had 300 men. One mountain of bandits had 200 desperados. They had the smallest number, but their fighting power was the strongest. This was because the Beiliang had recruited and raised nearly 80 men from Jianghu. Aside from the last group of hidden forces that had tried to kill Han Diaosi, the first 2 groups had moved out in an emergency, which did not comply with military law. After they had completely surfaced, the local authorities were caught off guard. The provincial and county officials were all dumbfounded and did not dare to act blindly without thinking. They could only pass on military intelligence through the courier at top speed. They were all like ants on a hot pan, afraid that if such a large number of elite soldiers collectively rebelled, it would cause them to lose their official status. In contrast, in the capital, Song Tonglu, the head eunuch of the Internal Officials Directorate, had suddenly become the head of the Ceremony Directorate. The number 1 eunuch in the world, Han Diaosi, had died of old age in the palace for no reason. To the local officials, this was a shocking news that was far away on the horizon. After the huge ripples had died down layer by layer, it did not affect the local government at all. For the first time, Wang Xiaoping sat in Su Fengnian's carriage. She asked, "Are you really going to use hundreds or even thousands of lives to fill that bottomless hole?" Su Fengnian calmly said, "There's no other way. As long as Han Diaosi is alive, I won't be at peace. Since he dares to openly intercept me, of course I have to do my best to teach him a lesson." Wang Xiaoping said no more. Her expression was not very good. Su Fengnian placed the Bailiang knife that had accompanied Su Xiao his entire life on the battlefield on his knee. He said quietly, "Since I've already come this far, there's no turning back. I won't say nonsense like merciful people don't command troops, but I really don't have the energy to tangle with people outside of Bailiang. I might as well do it cleanly, just like the scene outside the curtain. It's a vast expanse of whiteness. Those who want to die, go die. Those who don't deserve to die, try to survive." Su Fengnian muttered to himself. Su Xiao said that unless it was absolutely necessary, Bailiang's 300,000 iron cavalry would not step on the central plains. Otherwise, in the past 20 years, if Bailiang had attached itself to Beimang and raised its troops together to the south, their lives would certainly be better than now. But in the end, a person still has to have a bottom line. In Su Xiao's words, even if a family has grievances, it's best if they come to an agreement behind closed doors. Even if they can't come to an agreement, they'll just set up their own house. At most, they'll build a small courtyard, and the family will never interact with each other again. It doesn't matter if there are thieves or bandits outside the door. As long as Su Xiao is standing at the door, there's no reason for them to open the door to thieves. Su Fengnian chuckled to himself. In the beginning, I was afraid of death partly because Su Xiao had already been cursed so much. If he betrayed the Central Plains because of an unfilial son like me who couldn't be helped, and was cursed as a slave of 2 surnames in his old age, then when I died, I wouldn't have the face to see my mother. Wang Xiaoping remained silent. They were getting closer and closer to the Shenwu city. The galloping of the 600 horses sounded like thunder. Su Fengnian left the carriage. The rider opposite him dismounted and knelt down to welcome him. Soon after, the 300 riders and 200 men arrived at almost the same time. Su Fengnian rode alone on a riderless warhorse, leading the way. In the wind and snow, a black-clothed man could be vaguely seen, guarding the pass by himself. What happened next was horrifying. It was only at this moment that Wang Xiaoping was truly willing to deliver the 3 swords. The world's number 10, Han Diaosi, stood in the way. When they saw the white horse in the lead, they began to charge at each other. Su Fengnian and his horse did not slow down at all. They sped up and galloped wildly. Chapter 782. After the barefoot woman who claimed to be selling charcoal entered the city on the ox cart, she helped the grandfather and grandson sell the charcoal and then walked towards the city gate. Based on a woman's intuition, she firmly believed that the human cat was waiting for the white-haired man in the Yuyan mountain villa to defeat her sect. She did not go straight out of the city. Instead, she climbed to the top of the city wall and sat on the city wall, swinging her legs. If a chi cultivator wanted to ascend, there was a shortcut that would not change for thousands of years. That was to slay an evil dragon and swallow the ink bead into the stomach. After nourishing it for 60 years, according to historical records, it would grow horns on the top of its head and become half dragon and half human. In the future, it would be able to pass through the gate of heaven and enter the dragon palace of Jianghu. She felt that her opportunity had come. The 600 light cavalry general Lu Song had a clean background. Over the years, his resume was submitted to the capital's Ministry of War by the prefectures and counties. There was nothing out of the ordinary about his resume. He was in the prime of his life when West Chu witnessed the Great Peace City incident. Not long ago, he received a secret order from the Ministry of War that promoted him by 1 rank. He was going to personally lead more than 1,000 cavalry troops and participate in the hidden encirclement formed by a few rebellions in the old areas of West Chu. Lu Song was born handsome and elegant. His only flaw was that he was addicted to taking medicinal bait hanshi powder. Every time it was cold, he would walk barefoot in wooden clogs, wearing a long belt and wide sleeves, walking like the wind. The 300 heavy cavalry General Wang Lin was the complete opposite of the scholarly General Lu Song. His style was domineering. He was born in a village that only took root at the end of the spring and autumn period. The 300 elite cavalry soldiers were the soldiers of the Wang family who did not want to be controlled by the emperor. They did not fight among themselves and bullied their own family members. They only wanted to harm the neighboring counties. A few years ago, it was very troublesome for the prefectural governor. Wang Lin's father was a veteran who had survived hundreds of battles during the spring and autumn period. After he and a few of his brothers took off their armor, most of them had left in the past 20 years. However, they still left behind a family property that couldn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, Wang Lin was a prodigal son who had a strong sense of brotherhood. He would gather people to talk about war on paper when he had nothing to do. Even though it was obvious that there was no war in the world, he still spent at least 200,000 taels of gold and silver on the cavalry. He bought horses, bought weapons and military equipment, opened a martial arts arena, and so on. He was a big mouth that could eat money. Fortunately, after the 300 cavalry were formed, they didn't cause any trouble for the province. The Wang family's 300 cavalry would go to the quiet plains to train their soldiers. If they took off their armor, they would be dragged deep into the mountains and would only come out of the mountains after a month. The officials only thought that when the Wang family's property couldn't be sustained and the family's fortunes declined, Wang Lin, this newborn calf, would stop. They didn't expect that the 300 cavalry would gallop for several hundred li and head straight for Jianghu city. Privately, they guessed that some young master in Jianghu city got jealous and angered this love-struck madman who often got angry because of his lover. Wang Lin led 300 elite cavalrymen with official status to clear the way. Behind him, more than 200 valiant and strong men also rode on their horses with their swords wrapped in cloth. Wang Lin had an old friendship with these bandits who had set up camp on Mount Jin. Every time they entered the mountain to train the soldiers, both sides would usually have a big fight in the dense forest without weapons, attacking and defending each other. Each fight would last for half a day or a month, and they were allowed to injure each other but were not allowed to kill each other until one side was symbolically annihilated. Originally, Wang Lin used the iron law of military law to govern his troops, so his combat power was considerable. Naturally, he won more than he lost. However, this year, dozens of unfamiliar faces had come to Mount Jin in batches, and they were not easy to get close to. Occasionally, they would get into a fight because they were itching to fight. Even if there were only 20 of them, they would always make the Wang family's disciples suffer. Especially that woman with the surname Ren, her attacks were ruthless. Over time, one side was willing to fight while the other was willing to fight. Thus, it could be said that they had a good friendship. After all, the two groups of people were basically of the same breadth and branch, and could be connected for thousands of miles. Northern Liang. Chapter 783. This time, there was no warning at all. It could be said that all the elites had been mobilized. A few hidden leaders who didn't show their faces at the moment gave a straightforward and cold-blooded statement to the three forces. If they succeeded, they would be rewarded with glory and wealth. If they failed, they would smash their heads outside Jianghu city. Wang Lin didn't have too many misgivings about this. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. The father and son of the Wang family were able to achieve what they had today because of his father's painstaking efforts. He didn't hesitate to fill the dog holes with gold and silver. In fact, Wang Lin knew the truth better than anyone else. For example, the steward of the Wang family was the one who truly hid his strength. Wang Lin's martial arts skills all came from that seemingly scholarly teacher. In this world, heirlooms passed down from generation to generation could be sold. Talents and knowledge could be sold. Women's bodies could be sold. Relationships could be sold. Only idiots would be willing to sell their lives. Wang Lin cherished his life and was even more afraid of death. However, he was willing to gamble. If he was going to gamble, he would gamble big. If it was a small matter, he would be a surplus general for the rest of his life. A dozen people, including Ren Shanyu, were the last group of Bailiang's lackeys who had secretly sneaked into Jinzi Mountain from Bailiang. Although she was as seductive as a famous prostitute who sold her body and smile in the prefectural city, her every move was charming and seductive. However, Ren Shanyu wasn't tall. Even though she was almost 30 years old and looked like a young girl who hadn't fully grown up yet, she was petite and delicate. She carried a pair of Xianhua axes and chopped people up like she was chopping pork. After many years of evolution, Jinzi Mountain had become a mix of good and bad people. After she went up the mountain, a few ignorant fellows sneaked into her house in the middle of the night. The next day, the gang members of the stronghold saw minced meat on the ground outside the courtyard. Several wild dogs and domestic dogs had eaten the minced meat. Later on, after Ren Shanyu got angry and chopped people up several times, her favorite action was to rub the blood stains on her bulging chest with her axe. Only God knew how such a baby-faced woman could have such a magnificent chest. Previously, when the three forces converged, they opened their eyes wide and finally saw the main person. Whether it was Lu Song, Wang Lin, or Ren Shanyu, these desperados, they were all surprised. Was the next leader of Bailiang? This made Wang Lin a little puzzled. What kind of mortal enemy could make the heir of Bailiang go to such great lengths to save his life? Ren Shanyu's beautiful eyes wandered. In the past, it was always lecherous men who stared at her without blinking. Today, it was her turn. Ren Shanyu was only a second-rate figure among the Jianghu people in Bailiang. Compared with second-level supreme power masters like Big Sword Lu Qiantang and Witch Shu Xiu of Nanjiang, there was still a gap between them. She could only lick the blood from blades in secret places. How could she have the chance to see the young man who was once famous in Bailiang and was now famous in the world? Along the way, she stared at the heir in white who was riding side by side with Lu Song. During the ceremony in the capital, there were two magnificent feats. One was tearing apart the imperial road with one saber strike and the other was beating up Gu Jiantang's adopted son like a dog outside the main hall. Ren Shanyu was skeptical about this. Finally, they approached the holy martial arts city. Lu Song, Wang Lin, and Ren Shanyu, who were elites in the front line, all knew in an instant that even if there was only one person on the opposite side, it would be a life-and-death battle for all of them. The black-clothed old man had a kind of momentum. He had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers and destroy cities. Outside the holy martial arts city, there was a solemn atmosphere. The ground was wide and flat, which could allow hundreds of riders to charge in an orderly manner. Lu Song and Wang Lin, who were good at riding, looked at each other and saw the relief in each other's eyes. But when they realized that His Royal Highness was leading the charge, they were a little panicked. If this guy died, their lives would be completely over. Logically speaking, Lu Song and Wang Lin, who were good at leading troops, should have taken the chance to charge forward. But for some reason, when they saw the black-clothed old man and the white-clothed white horse start to fight in a straight line, they forgot to give orders. Not only were they and the 800 riders behind them slightly dazed, Ren Shanyu and the 200 bandits were also stunned. Especially the number 1 bandit of the Gold Word Mountain, who had the appearance of a young girl but was naturally charming. Her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Killing intent rose outside the city. Inside the city, there was an inconspicuous scholar in blue robes. His figure was slender. Maybe it was because of his handsome face, but he gave people the feeling of being gentle and weak. His fingers lightly twirled a piece of willow. A piece of willow in Beimang. When a piece of sword energy stabbed into the heart, it was rumored that as long as it was not an immortal of the land, even a first-rank expert would die obediently. He had a slight smile on his face and a lazy expression. In Great Peace City, he had not been able to kill the target inside the horse's weave, causing waves in Liyang and Beiliang. It was fine. It was not bad to fish in troubled waters outside Jianghu city. In the north of the city, a young girl carried a withered yellow sunflower that had lost its petals. She walked along the perimeter of the city walls and skipped towards the east of the city. Occasionally, there would be people who woke up early and saw this young girl. They all felt pity. She looked quite normal, but there seemed to be something wrong with her head. In the east of the city, Su Fengnian urged his horse to gallop. Maybe it was because he was impatient and in a hurry to fight, he was not satisfied with the speed of the warhorse. The warhorse knelt down with a plop and leapt forward. Su Fengnian's figure swayed as he rushed forward in his white robes. In an instant, they were only 10 steps apart. Su Fengnian's palm flipped outwards and twisted inwards. His steps were light and had an indescribable elegance. He raised his elbow and coincidentally flicked away the arm of his mortal enemy, Han Diaosi. His hands suddenly wrapped around the human cat's left arm. With a swing, Su Fengnian, who had reached the peak of celestial phenomenon through unorthodox means, threw this great demon of spring and autumn towards the top of the city wall. It was done in one go. They could vaguely see the black robes smashing towards the city wall like a catapult. His feet tapped on the wall and he bounced back at an even faster speed. What was fast in the blink of an eye was slow for the two of them. Han Diaosi's palm pushed against Su Fengnian's forehead. The black robes pushed the white robes back more than 20 zhang. At this time, everyone realized that the city wall was shaking. Snow had fallen to the bottom of the wall. Su Fengnian didn't just have a cold blade at his waist, he also had spring and autumn on his back. Han Diaosi waited for Su Fengnian to stand still before he slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm full of red silk. What a good fight between the white robes and the black robes. What a good fight between white hair and white hair. Chapter 784. Handiao Temple rolled up his sleeves under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Strands of thin red rope floated in the air like small red snakes. They were densely packed together like mayflies, making one feel intimidated just by looking at them. Giving life to a dead object had always been the symbol of a celestial state master. For example, Chen Zhibao was able to turn the plum wine from green to purple. Other than the fact that the plum wine was not ordinary, it was also closely related to his sudden appearance as a Confucian saint. Most of the past sword masters were also able to make a common sword communicate with the spirit, just like how a senior monk said that a stubborn stone nodded. Han Diaosi did not rush to strike while the iron was hot. He put 2 fingers together and wiped the red cloud on his arm. The more relaxed and calm the cat was, the more suffocating the thousands of people opposite him felt. Some sharp-eyed people, especially the lackeys from Beiliang's prison, had already guessed Han Diaosi's identity. This eunuch had experienced ups and downs in his life and had faced countless enemies. His martial arts achievement had always been regarded as a mystery. At that time, when Han Shengxian was still young, he flayed the red armor with one move. It could be said that he was born out of nowhere. This also opened the curtain of a new generation of Jianghu. After that, the green robe of Fengdu disappeared without reason. The North Spear fairy Wang Xiu was killed by his disciple Chen Zhibao. Even someone as strong as Li Chungang also ended the Jianghu with the matter of borrowing a sword after the Battle of Guangling River. Han Diaosi looked at the young man opposite him who acted out of line and twitched the corner of his mouth. At first, he did not think that this person would dare to take the lead. According to common sense, the higher one's position was, the more one cherished fortune and fate. Fortune and fate were like water. If one did not put in the effort to gather the wind and gather the water, not to mention the continuous good fortune of their descendants, they might not even be able to protect themselves. This old man's song, the leader of the literary world, was like this. However, with Han Diaosi's eyesight, after one move, he could see that Beiliang's momentum was just a low-level borrowing. Taoism invited gods to the heavens, Buddhism had Dharma subduing. Both were considered unorthodox, but their roots were orthodox. Southern Xinjiang's voodoo was the most insidious. It borrowed power from evil things and became a puppet of a mother and son. Handiao Temple knew that Su Fengnian had temporarily borrowed his realm from an otherworldly item, but what surprised him was this clumsy action of sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. However, Su Fengnian did not seem to have suffered much from the backlash. After being forced back by his palm, he still managed to maintain his composure. His qi was not scattered, and his true form was not revealed. Han Diaosi was too lazy to ask. He also disdained to talk nonsense with a person who was about to die. Whether he was a donkey or a mule, it was nothing more than taking him out for a walk. Han Diaosi did something that made everyone feel funny. He bent down and pinched a loose snowball that was not too solid. Many old people would become unreasonable like a child when they got older, but who would think that Han Diaosi was so incompetent? Han Diaosi slanted his palm and pushed gently. The snowball fell to the ground, but it did not fall straight down. It leaned to the side of the post road, where there was a lot of snow that had not been cleared in time. The deepest part of the snow was about 2 feet thick. The snowball, which was not even the size of a fist, rolled slowly at first, then became as fast as a wild horse galloping. It was like thunder rolling above the clouds. It became bigger and bigger. After 3 feet, it was half a man's height. After 10 feet, it was 2 men's height. After that, its momentum became even more shocking. The snowball scraped the ground. Not only did it stick 2 feet of snow, it even made grooves in the ground that was as hard as ice, causing the surface of the snowball to be covered with a lot of yellow dirt. The snowball drew an arc outside the post road and fiercely rushed toward Su Fengnian, who was about 20 feet away from Han Diaosi. Han Diaosi stretched out his hands and grabbed 2 balls of snow. He patted them again and 2 snowballs rolled out. It was as if 2 groups of people were having a snowball fight. Han Diaosi's side continuously grabbed snowballs and patted them in a half arc. This time, he was alone against 1,000 people. Among the 1,000 people, there was supposed to be Xianyuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui, the successor of Instant Spear, Wang Xiaoping of Wudong, who had 3 swords. Naturally, there was also Su Fengnian and the celestial phenomenon otherworldly item, as well as Lu Song, Wang Lin, and Ren Shanyu, who were Bailiang's lackeys. The snowballs rolled and rolled at different speeds, forming a line with tacit understanding. As a result, the huge snowball that was the first to rush toward Su Fengnian was particularly eye-catching. No one was stupid enough to sit and wait for death. The young general, Wang Lin, who had already decided to stake everything on this one throw, laughed sinisterly and said, "Charge." The 50 cavalrymen stepped out in unison and began to charge at the same time. The horses' hooves went from light to heavy, and the road was immediately covered with snow. The clean white expanse of the road turned into a dark muddy road. Other than Wang Lin and the 50 cavalrymen beside him, the 30-year-old Ren Shanyu, who still had a youthful face, and 20 elite Bailiang spies also rushed out. She tried her best to calm her mind and hold her breath. She only felt that the world was clear and bright. The woman, who had a unique talent for martial arts, only felt that her breathing was as heavy as the sound of the horse's hooves. This made the woman, who was afraid of Han Diaosi outside the city, calm down a little. "I, Ren Shanyu, am not worthy of your attention, but I'm not that sticky paper doll that can be broken with a poke. Moreover, I have 1,000 cavalrymen with me." Wang Xiaoping got out of the carriage, one hand behind her back, and quietly grabbed the flintlock of the 3 swords. Yang Wu came to the roof of the carriage. He held a huge horn bow in one hand and 2 heavy iron arrows in the other. The muscles on his arms gradually swelled like hills. 1 arrow a day was the limit of the young men of Sacrifice's physical strength. However, after today's battle, he didn't even think about surviving, so why would he care about breaking one of his arms? The moment the woman in green pulled out the blunt spearhead from the bottom of the carriage, she ran with the spear with no expression on her face. Jianghu stood at a high place with a wide field of vision. He used the 1,000-pound drop to stand still. The carriage shook and the wheels of the carriage immediately sank, crushing a few ice tracks. This Beimang men of sacrifice took a deep breath, pulled the big bow, and pointed the arrow at Han Diaosi in one breath. But soon the young man's face changed dramatically. The unique traction skill taught by his master never failed. Once the arrow crossed the river and built a bridge, even Xue Songguan in the rainy alley could block it, but he couldn't avoid it. No one could cut off the guidance of the arrow tip. However, the old man in black let Jianghu know that there was always someone better than him. The old man flashed and disappeared in front of Wu's eyes. The traction of qi caused by the archery skill was very particular about the connection between the broken lotus root and the silk thread. As a result, Jianghu lost for a while before the battle. His spirit, which had reached the peak, immediately collapsed. This made the rather conceited young man a little confused. After gritting his teeth, the arrow tip began to slightly deviate along with the horn bow. He braced himself to look for Han Diaosi's trace. Snowball, which was located in front of the white tide, was like a small mountain, and it was pressing down aggressively. Chapter 785. Su Fengnian frowned as he allowed the snowball to hit him. He didn't understand why the old eunuch would make such a bad decision. Li Chungang had once clearly said that killing one person with thousands of swords was a completely different approach from killing thousands of people. The former could achieve the combination of sword intent and swordsmanship. Therefore, in the battle by the Guangling River, the old eunuch's sword move was only the sword chi rolling dragon wall, which couldn't be considered the most brilliant move in Li Chunggang's swordsmanship career. It lasted for a whole hour, facing nearly 10,000 cavalrymen who were eyeing him covetously, without any fancy sword moves. It was a battle that could shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Usually, in the eyes of the lucky survivors who were lucky enough to witness it, it couldn't be considered a magnificent scene. It was all about killing with one move, or at least severely injuring with one move. Han Diaosi wasn't a fledgling with an empty title. Instead, he was the most experienced person in the world who was best at catching rats. Regardless of the realm, Han Diaosi could be said to be the most experienced person in the Liang dynasty in terms of actual combat experience. Su Fengnian had the celestial phenomenon that the red robe otherworldly item spared no effort to give him. His internal strength was unparalleled, even more so than when the Great Yellow Court was 60% damaged. It could be said that in today's battle, Su Fengnian had never been so confident, or even arrogant. Su Fengnian got rid of his doubts and distracting thoughts. He took a step forward and punched the snowball. When the snowball tumbled down violently, the moment Su Fengnian's fist smashed it, more than half of his celestial phenomenon attainment disappeared like a flood. Su Fengnian's arm was suddenly bent. During his trip to Beimang, Su Fengnian had experienced fierce battles on the verge of life and death. Therefore, he didn't feel anxious at all. He just followed his instinct and changed his fist into a palm. The headmaster cupped his hands together and took advantage of the momentum with his feet. He took a step back and dragged the snowball upward. He didn't want to break the snowball, but just wanted to break the rising momentum of the snowball rooted in the ground. Then, he leaned his body and bumped into the snowball with his shoulder. Using his body as a knife, he forcefully split the snowball in half. Although the two halves of the snowball were still tumbling forward, they didn't have any morale left and dissipated after 50 or 60 feet. Su Fengnian stood alone and held the saber at his waist with one hand. After he broke through the snow, the rest of the 50 cavalrymen from Beiliang had also succeeded in destroying the snowball. However, half of the armored cavalrymen also paid a heavy price. This was because after the snowball was split by the saber or pierced by the spear and exploded, there were tiny red ropes that shot out like poisonous snakes in the grass and killed the cavalrymen in one bite. The worst way to die was that more than a dozen cavalrymen and their horses collided with the red ropes suspended in the air. They were split into two and fell dead on the ground. A moment ago, they were still alive, but in this kind of battle, they often died just like that. There was no room to think about it. Su Fengnian understood the situation and felt a little bitter. The cat and man had taken drastic measures. They didn't think about how to fight with Su Fengnian, who they wanted to kill. Instead, they targeted the otherworldly item, Su Ying. The snowball passed by like a fish swimming in water. The red-robed otherworldly item hiding in the snow didn't have any room to move. It was obvious that it had been drained of the pond to fish. It didn't have any flaws. When a snowball passed by, a red-robed otherworldly item quietly floated in front of another snowball. It tried its best to hide its body and resonate with the heaven and earth. It had many unique supernatural powers. If the cavalrymen hadn't seen it with their own eyes, perhaps even Wang Xiaoping wouldn't have dared to say that she could detect the otherworldly item hiding on the other side of the snowball. However, Han Diaosi wasn't Wang Xiaoping. Today, the silver-haired official didn't wear the bright red robe of the imperial palace. He immediately rushed behind the snowball. The cat and the otherworldly item were separated by 3 meters. Obviously, neither of them could detect the slightest trace of the other's qi. However, both of them clearly knew the otherworldly item's whereabouts. The otherworldly item had no choice but to withdraw 40% of its celestial phenomenon cultivation. It used its arms to tear the snowball apart. Almost at the same time, the black-robed old cat drilled through the snowball. The red string had one hand behind its back and the other hand slapped the otherworldly item's compassionate face. The red-robed otherworldly item was at a disadvantage because it hesitated when it withdrew its realm. If it were a cold-blooded person like Su Fengnian, not to mention 40% of his cultivation, he would have to withdraw 80% of his celestial phenomenon cultivation. Only then would he have the confidence to block Han Diaosi's majestic attack. The otherworldly item grabbed the cat's hand and started to tear it apart. The other hand suddenly slapped the cat's temples. Han Diaosi sneered. What an idiot who doesn't know the difference between life and death. A few strands of red silk slithered out from behind the otherworldly item like snakes, completely cutting off its connection with Su Fengnian, who still had 60% of his realm left. Han Diaosi didn't need to use his full strength. The otherworldly item's entire body was covered in scarlet. Except for the 2 arms that were used to tear the snowball apart, the other 4 arms were covered in the red. It was as if maggots were attached to the bones. The otherworldly item grabbed one of Han Diaosi's arms and continued to tear it apart. The other 2 arms that were slapping the cat's temples were still moving closer and closer. Moreover, under the piercing pain, the otherworldly item's free hands smashed down on Han Diaosi's lower and middle dantian. After being hit by Han Diaosi's red snake attached to a dragon, the otherworldly item's compassionate face didn't seem to be affected at all. Even Wang Xiaoping, who had a strong will, was somewhat moved. Ignoring the otherworldly item's 4 bloody arms, Han Diaosi grinned evilly. Kill another celestial phenomenon. The right hand behind his back finally waved. The arm that was grabbed pushed forward, stretching the distance between them. The right hand that was covered with red snakes used its own way to counter the otherworldly item's body. It grabbed the otherworldly item's arm and pulled it back. Han Diaosi's free arm swung out in the air behind him. When fighting against a cat, one careless move would result in a complete loss. The compassionate face was still as calm as an ancient well. Its almost rigid and stupid movements were still the same. It only wanted to be entangled. Han Diaosi was about to tear off the otherworldly item's second arm. The white-clothed man dashed forward. Bailiang unsheathed his saber. Armor removal. Han Diaosi had skinned and removed the armor of one of the 4 grandmasters, the talisman General Hongjia. Of course, he wouldn't do the same to this young man who was attacking him. He laughed and threw the otherworldly item away. Then, his body moved backward. A bottomless ravine was torn open on the ground. In this bloody battle, Han Diaosi wasn't going to pretend to be noble and virtuous. In order to kill Su Fengnian, he could do anything. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Su Fengnian didn't take advantage of the situation to chase after him. He turned around and went to the otherworldly item's side. One of the remaining 5 arms pulled Su Fengnian's sleeve happily, as if telling him that it was okay. There wasn't much snow left, but there was only blood. Su Fengnian lifted his sleeve and turned around resolutely, running toward Han Diaosi. 12 flying swords flew out randomly. Peak Mysterious Finger. On the same day, in Martial Emperor City by the East Sea. A one-armed old man didn't look serious. He put a piece of a sword into his mouth and chewed it. He entered the city in an unruly and unrestrained manner, humming softly. Which kid didn't disappoint the broken wooden sword? Which kid didn't disappoint the Baoyang saber? Chapter 786. This battle was fought without any rhyme or reason. Lu Song and Wang Qilin both carried the mark of the Baoyang army. Today was no exception. After leading the charge and breaking through the front line tide caused by Han Diaosi, the 2 valiant generals couldn't help but look at each other in dismay when they saw the white, red, and black entangled together. They could see a hint of awkwardness in each other's eyes and were clearly at a loss of what to do. Originally, they thought that they could take advantage of the situation by relying on their 800 cavalrymen and 200 scattered Jianghu soldiers. No matter who the opponent was, they would be able to take advantage of them as long as they charged forward. However, their young master, who they would have to rely on in the future, was like a rash youth who didn't understand the ways of the world. He wanted to be in the limelight and insisted on fighting one-on-one with Han Diaosi even after the 6-armed demon's defeat. This made the scholarly general Lu Song somewhat resentful. He thought, if you die outside the Shenwu city, all the humiliation we've endured for the past 20 years will be for naught. Lu Song raised his spear and stopped his horse. His eyes were gloomy. Wang Lin was young and hot-blooded. He felt that this Baoyang heir, who was younger than him, was a little reckless. However, his temperament was somewhat to his liking. At the very least, he didn't act like a coward and let the hundreds of brothers behind him rush to their deaths. Wang Lin held a pair of Thunder Lord hammers. This was a martial art passed down from his ancestors. His father was a hero of the forest and had hammered a peerless general of West Chu to death at the Battle of Scenic River. Although he was suspected of bullying his opponent because he was exhausted from fighting for a long time, he had still hammered the enemy general's chest. Wang Lin was born with outstanding physical strength. His pair of Thunder Lord hammers weighed 60 kilograms. Not to mention fighting for a long time, it would be a huge burden for an ordinary soldier to charge on a horse. Wang Lin swung one of the hammers and stared at the battlefield. He felt dizzy and dazzled. Ren Shanyu reached out to stroke the hair on her temples. Her eyes were blurred. She had often heard that the young master of Baoyang was extraordinarily handsome and that he was a first-class playboy. She and her sisters, who had been through bloody battles, chatted in private and didn't really believe the rumors that came later. They said that he personally went to Beimang and cut off the head of the king of Northern Courtyard, Su Huainan, and even killed the 5th raccoon of Bingbing Mountain. Ren Shanyu only thought that even if he really practiced the saber seriously for a few years, his realm was limited. After all, the level of one's cultivation was related to the number of secret manuals, but it was not necessarily related. One should not bite off more than one could chew. Ren Shanyu was an experienced person, so she knew better than the average person that quality was more important than quantity. But today, she saw with her own eyes that although she was at a disadvantage against the well-deserved 10th person in the world, after all, he had made the human cat attack several times. She admitted that even 10 Ren Shanyu would not have such ability. Ren Shanyu had no way out compared to the martial artists like Lu Song and Wang Lin. After entering Baoyang, which was a cage that imprisoned many ferocious beasts, she had never heard of anyone who could walk out without losing at least a few layers of skin. Ren Shanyu remembered a famous Jianghu giant who was once in the martial arts world. He didn't do his job well and was forced by Chu Lushan, who was in charge of half of Baoyang's spies, to cut off one of his eyes and one of his arms. He struggled at death's door and worked as a chef for more than 10 years. 10 miles away from the Jianghu city, several riders galloped over. The leader was the white bear Yuanzhuazong. The battle outside the city was in full swing. The Jianghu city, which had been alerted by the news, had already begun to close the city and impose martial law. The scholar in green robe leisurely walked along the river with a withered willow branch in his hand. In the eyes of the passers-by, there was a huge difference between him and Dong Tai, who had become the god of sword with a peach blossom branch. However, those who had truly experienced the power of the Beimeng willow branch no longer had the chance to lower their guard, except for the black-clothed youth who had entered Beimeng with a black tiger. As for Su Longxiang, who had caused him to fail for the first time in his life, the scholar-like #1 killer of Beimeng certainly could not forget about it. He had planted a willow branch with his own hands, but it did not bear fruit. This made him feel a little regretful. Fortunately, he did not kill the gifted Su Longxiang in the Liang dynasty this time. Instead, he went to kill Su Longxiang's brother, which was also a pleasure. It was a pity that he, Ma Wei, did not make a move and cause trouble for the Beimeng and Liang dynasty. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to launch a sure-win attack outside the Jianghu city. This made him feel a little regretful. When he seemed to be strolling leisurely, he was still a few miles away from the city gate. However, the river in the city was also nearing its end. When the city gate seemed to have been hit by a huge rock, there was a ripple of qi. With his cultivation base, he could naturally feel it clearly. However, he was not in a hurry. Every time he did the dirty work, he had to pull chestnuts out of the fire. The most important thing was to control the fire. Now, he was in the pot. Haste makes waste. He was not in a hurry. With Han Diaoxi's mystic comprehending strength, as long as that white-haired guy did not stupidly rush to his death in reincarnation, he would be able to tease him for at least an hour. For the first time, one section Willow has some respect for the notorious Cat Man. Crossing the threshold and killing the celestial phenomenon with the finger mystery, isn't it the realm that half of his peers dream of? He suddenly stopped in his tracks. As far as the eye could see, there was a black-clothed youth blocking the way. The young man grinned and pointed at his chest. One section Willow also laughed. Previously, he was the Oriole behind, attacking others. He did not expect that this time it would be reversed. One section Willow glanced at the river covered with ice and snow, somewhat self-deprecating. How could one not wet his shoes if he often walked by the river? He threw away the dead branch, and a thin hiltless short sword slid out from his sleeve. When the one-armed old man who was addicted to eating swords entered the city, Death Soldier Ian stopped at the gate of the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor City. He carried a big box on his back. Originally, there were more than 20 swords, but they were all empty. They were all famous swords in the Yuyan Mountain Villa. Each of them could be described as cutting iron like mud. However, during these days, he had been following the old man from afar. The swords in the box were just like the broken food in the roadside stalls. Which family's child was a little greedy and could buy them back with a few coins? Along the way, Ian walked cautiously and sullenly. However, thinking of His Royal Highness's instructions, he did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. In order to fish out accurate information from the old man, he could only serve him carefully. In fact, the two were already close to the Martial Emperor City half a day ago. According to His Highness, they would enter the city when they saw the blue and white one in the sky of the Eastern Sea. The old man's gaze was somewhat unfriendly, but in the end, he was patient and gave him a lot of face. Although Ian was the top Death Soldier assassin in the dynasty, he looked simple and clumsy, like a street vendor. It was just that his body was a little sturdier. It was hard to imagine that he was a terrifying figure who had personally participated in the assassination of Di Shiyuan. At this time, he was carrying a big box and standing outside the city as if relieved of a heavy burden. He was not eye-catching at all among the famous heroes of Jianghu who came and went. Ian turned back and left the Martial Emperor City. At this time, he definitely could not make it in time for the battle. He only hoped that the new master of Bailiang would be safe and sound. After more than 20 years of suffering, there was no reason for him to die in a foreign land. It was snowing heavily in the world, and the sky was unimaginably bright. A sword was suspended in the 9 heavens. Ancient books and poems used the words "riding the wind" and "ascending to immortality" to describe the freedom of immortals. Scholars and officials climbed high to write poems, seemingly in a leisurely mood, but in fact, the mountain road was bumpy. Often, a round trip to a famous mountain would take half a day or even a whole month. In history, there was no lack of scholars and poets who lost their footing and fell off cliffs. After taking such risks, after climbing the mountain, one would be at the top and enjoy the scenery, especially the magnificent scene of rolling clouds. The place where the sword was suspended was high above the splendid sea of clouds. Standing in it was like standing on the shore of the sea. At this time, it was close to dusk and the sun was setting in the west. The sea of clouds was colorful and incomparably magnificent. A few of the colorful clouds were like vertical waterfalls, daunting at first sight. If the Qi cultivator white butterfly on the lake of Yuyan mountain villa was said to be somewhat like an immortal, but this woman standing on the sword was like a fairy in both body and spirit. When she was able to ride the sword, every time she felt gloomy, she would break through the clouds alone. In this kind of fairyland, she would be lost in thought. She could not even say that she was watching the sea and comprehending the sword, she was just in a daze. Dozens of feet above the sea of clouds, there was a thin layer of golden clouds, like a building on top of a building. No wonder there was a saying in the Daoist classics that there were 9 heavens and 18 floors. After she came back to her senses, she rode the sword and rose from the ground. The floor was within reach of her hand. She stretched out her hand and gently rotated it, creating a vortex, just like the countless dimples on the woman's cheeks. Saint Chao Chongqing ascended the building, in the air. Every time he ascended the stairs, the previous stairs disappeared. Chao Guanzi said softly, if he died in the territory of the old West Chu, it could be regarded as a good medicine. Liang is clearly setting up a battle array, insisting that we restore the country. After the king of Bailiang's concubine, Jianghu, a female sword fairy, said in a flat tone, so we are all pawns crossing the river. Chao Chongqing smiled and said no more. Chapter 787. The next chapter will be in the wee hours of the morning. When Su Fengnian rode the 12 swords and rushed over alone, Han Diaosi did not pay too much attention to him. After all, it was not worth mentioning that he borrowed the power of the otherworldly item. The sword-controlling technique of the Wu family's sword tomb was not as good as his red snake-flying dragon. The human cat paid more attention to the distance between Su Fengnian and the two-faced otherworldly item. Since both of them had the same mind, it was not strange for them to reciprocate each other's cultivation. Han Diaosi wanted to know how far the two of them could stretch their bodies. Previously, the otherworldly item was hiding in the snow, so it was more than 300 zhang away from Su Fengnian. Now, it seemed that Su Fengnian was alone, but the otherworldly item in the red robe was following him from a distance like a shadow. Its footsteps were the same, and it was ethereal and nimble. The otherworldly item was wearing a loose robe, and it was like an actor shaking his sleeves, moving smoothly like the floating clouds and flowing water. It always maintained a distance of 100 zhang away, not an inch away, not an inch away. It seemed that 100 zhang was the best distance for the two to circulate their cultivation. After unsheathing the saber and removing the armor, Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to make the second saber strike. 30 feet away and within 10 feet from him, there were 12 Dong Tai swords with perfect sword embryos. The swords were dazzling and their trajectories were strange. Su Fengnian's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. It was nothing more than the 8 characters of the 8 characters, where the mind was focused and the sword tip pointed. Unexpectedly, Su Fengnian exposed his own shortcomings and deliberately distracted himself, allowing the flying swords to randomly spin, sweep, and smash him. It was like a child fighting, a shrew blindly scratching her face with her eyes closed. He did not have the style of a master in chaos at all. Han Jiaoxi sneered in his heart. He strolled leisurely in the courtyard, stretched out his index finger and pointed in the air. Originally, if Su Fengnian dared to concentrate on riding the sword, with Han Jiaoxi's understanding of the mysterious finger realm, he would definitely make this kid suffer. Mysterious finger realm, kowtowing to ask for immortality, that was just a biased view of Taoism. The mysterious finger realm was more profound than that. Everything in the world had a ritual, from the ebb and flow of the tides, to the waxing and waning of the moon, to the blossoming and wilting of the flowers, to the blowing of the wind. In Han Jiaoxi's eyes, as long as he could see, there was a clear trajectory in his eyes. This kind of wonderful trajectory was related to the level of the mysterious finger realm. When he first entered the mysterious finger realm, it was very vague, but when he entered the mysterious finger realm, it became clearer as his cultivation increased. Back then, in the sword tomb of the Wu family, 9 swords defeated 10,000 cavalry. Among them, Wu Caoan's cultivation was only above average, and he was stuck at the mysterious finger realm. Compared to his 2 fellow celestial phenomenon realm disciples, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. However, during the battle on the grassland, the 9 of them joined hands and he was fully deserving of the title, Sword Tip. Under the Sword Tip, he killed a total of 3,700 cavalry. It was only when Wu Caoan died of exhaustion that someone else replaced him as the Sword Tip. Wu Caoan, as the sword attendant of that generation's sword crown, followed his master out of the sword tomb to gain experience and didn't practice martial arts with anyone else. After the sword crown became famous, he went to the east-facing stone tablet, looked at the west-facing great river, and went to the east-facing sea. In one night, he reached the mysterious finger realm and finally rushed to the source of the great river. 1 man and 1 sword followed the river to the east. When he went out to the sea, his mysterious finger realm had reached the peak. No wonder later generations joked that Wu Caoan used only 20 days to accomplish what other martial artists did in their lifetime. You used an otherworldly celestial phenomenon cultivation base to fight against me, Han Jiaoxi, that was the same as courting death. Using the Xian finger technique to challenge me, Han Jiaoxi, even though it was ingenious and purposely took a different path, it was only delaying the date of your death. Han Jiaoxi familiarized himself with the 12 flying swords in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. He then began to clean up the mess. With a heavy stomp, he stretched out his left thumb and index finger and caught the tail of a flying sword by surprise. Ignoring the vibrating sound of the flying sword, he snapped the sword with his 2 fingers. The red silk in his right hand brushed and took advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. He stretched out his other hand and wrapped it around the 2 long and narrow swords. He then pulled them back, twisting the 2 swords into a ball in his cat's fist. Han Jiaoxi casually threw away the destroyed flying swords. He then boiled the plum blossoms, chopped the bamboo horses, and broke the peach blossoms in one go. He sneered, "Dong Tai, only when you use these 12 swords can you be considered serious." Su Fengnian's state of mind was as tranquil as an ancient well. He waved his right hand and finally used his will to control the remaining 9 flying swords. With the momentum of an immortal caressing the top of his head, he smashed them towards Han Jiaoxi. The Beiliang saber in his left hand was indomitable. The green dragon sleeve was thrust towards Han Jiaoxi. Han Jiaoxi ignored the rain of swords and stepped out of the sword formation. Although the 9 flying swords were aimed at his back after they missed him, he ignored them completely. He took a big step forward and smashed the strong energy released by the Beiliang saber. The energy exploded in all directions. Even though Han Jiaoxi's silver hair fluttered in the wind, the human cat still pressed his palm against the tip of the Beiliang saber. His 5 fingers formed a hook and held the saber tightly. Beiliang cavalry, Beiliang saber. If it were someone else, it would be just so. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to loosen his grip, Han Jiaoxi raised his saber and kicked Su Fengnian's abdomen. Su Fengnian seemed to be unharmed, but the snowy ground around him was filled with ripples of energy. The ground cracked with a loud bang. Han Jiaoxi frowned. This brat was carrying a sheathless sword on his back, but he was still unwilling to let go of his saber. Han Jiaoxi's palm moved along the tip of the saber and pulled it back. The handle of the saber was like a bell, slamming into Su Fengnian's chest. Su Fengnian's face turned pale, but the otherworldly item in the red robe that was 18 feet away had already spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Han Jiaoxi did not show any mercy. He turned around and swept his leg across Su Fengnian's shoulder. Su Fengnian was like a rootless duckweed that was blown away by the strong wind. His feet left the ground, but because he was holding the saber tightly, his body that was flying through the air could not move. Han Jiaoxi and Su Fengnian, one vertical, one horizontal. Between them was the Bailiang saber without a tip. The 9 flying swords were like moths darting into a flame. However, they were all outside the lantern's thick paper and could not get close to the human cat that was the wick of the lantern. Han Jiaoxi saw that this brat was acting recklessly, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. A red thread snake quickly climbed onto the Bailiang saber. Just as it was about to wrap around Su Fengnian's palm, the latter suddenly grasped the handle of the saber with both hands. He recalled the time when the Baimang saber encountered a tornado on the land, when the wind blew, and when the wind blew, the Su Fengnian's palms were covered in blood. At this moment, Su Fengnian's body was like a tornado on the ground, and his palms were instantly covered in blood. Han Jiaoxi did not change his stance. He let go of the tip of the saber and let the saber in his palm wreak havoc. His eyes were sinister, and his voice was soft and eerie. What a good story of a tornado hidden in a wine immortal cup. Interesting. No wonder Li Chungang was impressed by you. Just as Han Jiaoxi was about to deliver the killing blow, a green-clothed woman with a spear came from the southeast. Han Jiaoxi's xian finger finally showed its magnificence, as heavy as snow. In the blink of an eye, he used his xian finger to crush Su Fengnian's will into one of the flying swords. With a loud bang, the woman used the xian spear to rebound it like a spinning top, avoiding the sharp edge of the flying sword. She spun in a forward arc, the tip of her feet stepping on the ground, knocking both of them back with the force of 1,000 pounds. Han Jiaoxi snorted coldly. Although it had only been 2 moves, it was clear that the man and cat were tired of this little girl's provocation. His left hand was placed a few inches below the tip of the xian spear, and his feet moved lightly in a semicircle, completely dispersing the force of the xian spear. The woman, who did not have the majestic cultivation of celestial phenomenon, immediately flew away like a kite with a broken string. Han Jiaoxi held the xian spear and threw it towards the place where the woman fell. The speed was so fast that there was no whistling sound, just silence. Blue Bird was no longer the woman from the Battle of the Reeds outside Xiangfan City. Although the spear seemed to be going straight through her chest, her mind was clear. She stepped on the empty air and glided back steadily in the air, hurried but not in a sorry state. She held the blunt spearhead with both hands and fell diagonally to the ground, creating a mud pit with each step, forcibly stopping her decline. Han Jiaoxi coldly snorted. Although it had only been 2 moves, it was clear that the man and cat were tired of this little girl's provocation. His left hand was placed a few inches below the tip of the xian spear, and his feet moved lightly in a semicircle, completely dispersing the force of the xian spear. Without a majestic cultivation of celestial phenomenon, the woman immediately flew away like a kite with a broken string. Han Jiaoxi held the xian spear and threw it towards the place where the woman had fallen. The speed was so fast that there was no whistling sound, just silence. Blue Bird was no longer the woman from the Battle of the Reeds outside Xiangfan City. The spear seemed to be going straight through her chest, but her mind was clear. She stepped on the empty air and glided back steadily in the air, hurried but not in a sorry state. Blue Bird was no longer the woman from the Battle of the Reeds outside Xiangfan City. The spear seemed to pierce to kill her, to her chest, but her heart was clear. She stepped on the ground, and steadily glided backwards. She held the Xian Lei spear with both feet. She stepped on the ground, creating a mud pit, forcibly stopping her decline. Her eyes, and meridians to the reverse, spear, she held the spear, and spear, her to her to the point, spear, to be, spear to be, spear, to the ground, spear, a, spear to be, spear to kill blow, spear, and to, spear, xa, to kill, spear, a, to, lay to the, chi, spear, lay, the of I, a, of, wind, and she, to snow, s, to the snow oven, the, flying, s, to spe, to spear, the, spe. Spear, he was truly unafraid of death. Chapter 788. No matter how pitiful her life was, God was merciful. There would always be one person in this world, no matter how far away he was, who was worth her life. She would never take a step back. Women were the most infatuated people in the world. Probably influenced by the woman in green, Lu Song, Wang Lin, and the others who were previously nervous and at a loss finally came to their senses. There was no need to make a sound. When the two cavalry took the lead to charge, the elite cavalry under both sides almost charged silently at the same time. There were no shouts, only the sound of horse hooves. Han Diaosi could ignore the young woman's family heirloom, the spear fairy king embroidery. He could ignore the desperate charge of the ant-like cavalry, but he could not ignore the white-haired man's silent retreat. Who do you think I, Han Diaosi, am? Is it that brothel girl? Your son spent money to seduce her a few times, only to find out that he is not rich enough, and you want to retreat? Han Diaosi's murderous intent grew stronger. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. Finally, it's here. The cat and man ignored the spear fairy king embroidery and turned a deaf ear to the violent sound of horse hooves. They stood still and looked at the carriage in the east. There was a simple Daoist robe that was not as luxurious as the ones on Dragon Tiger Mountain. The middle-aged Daoist carried 3 swords on his back. He reached out and touched the top sword box on his back. He smiled. A friend from afar is knocking on the door of the firewood on a snowy night. I heard that Shao bark is the most pleasant. Although it was called Shao bark, it was not small. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping's sword was thrown out. The continuous rumbling of thunder could be heard both inside and outside the city. When Wang Xiaoping first started to practice swordsmanship, she was determined that as long as she threw out a sword, she would be an immortal on earth. With a sword in hand, immortals were like floating clouds to her. Therefore, this sword had nothing to do with the mysterious finger, celestial phenomenon, or the level of the realm. Since Wang Xiaoping started to practice swordsmanship, she was known for her pure heart of swordsmanship. Even Hong Shixiang admired her. Even though the young chief had not enlightened himself and knew that he was the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu, how could his vision be bad? Little Bark's sword started from Wang Xiaoping and ended at Han Diaosi. It was like a long rainbow hanging in the sky. It was the first time that Han Diaosi showed such a serious expression. The reason why Han Diaosi was able to force his way into the ranks of the top 10 in the world was because of his unparalleled advantage in terms of cultivation level. His mysterious finger was comparable to Dong Tai, and he was good at killing celestial phenomenon. Therefore, as long as one had not stepped into the lofty earth immortal realm, otherworldly items like the red robe would never enter his eyes, let alone Xianyuan Qingfeng, who took the initiative to retreat in the face of danger. However, Wang Xiaoping, who was born for the sword and was even willing to die for the sword, was different. Han Diaosi respected the sword that hung in the sky and did not feel any fear. With a wave of his sleeve, his arm was like a snake's den. The red ropes were like small snakes raising their heads to show off their power, making chi-chi sounds. This sword could not be avoided, and Han Diaosi did not want to avoid it either. Being surrounded by killing intent from all sides, facing the endless fierce attacks of everyone, especially Wang Xiaoping's sword that was currently like a rainbow, he still smiled and raised his hand to raise the scarlet rainbow. He soared into the sky and faced Little Bark head-on. The sound of a great bell resounded throughout the world. The vibration caused the walls of Shenwu City to shake again. The snow and the cracks of the walls could not stay still and rustled down. Dust flew everywhere, black mud and white snow intertwined. After the dust settled, Han Diaosi was safe and sound. Only the scarlet red around his arm seemed to have faded a bit. Han Diaosi pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly. "Wang Xiaoping, does this sword of yours count as slaying a flood dragon? You still have 2 more swords, why don't you use them together? After 3 sword strikes, I will peel off your skin and bones and make Wudong lose a peak." As he spoke, everyone realized that the tip of the red spear in the hands of the green-clothed girl was pressing against the back of the old eunuch's heart, but it seemed to be unable to move an inch into his flesh. The spear of Xana bent in an eye-catching arc, close to a full moon. It was enough to show the strength of the pretty girl. Han Diaosi saw that Wang Xiaoping was indifferent and knew that with the temperament of this Wudong sword maniac, she would not be provoked by words. He did not waste any more words and turned his head with a calm smile. "Little girl, are you not afraid of breaking Wang Xiu's precious relic?" On the roof of the carriage, the death warrior Wu drew his bow. The arc of the bow was better than the spear of Xana. With one pull of the string, 2 iron arrows shot towards the old eunuch who had been in an invincible position. After the young man shot the 2 arrows, he staggered back 2 steps. The blood vessels in his right arm burst, and suddenly a string of blood flowers bloomed. His face was pale, and his eyes were fixed on the damn cat that just didn't die. Elegant name Sun and Moon stand side by side, common name flying on the couch. The young man's name was learned in particular, both elegant and common. The young man Wu liked it very much and was very satisfied. Han Diaosi took a step back. Wu Fu used all his strength to pull up mountains and rivers, but if he added a feather's weight to the mountains and rivers, he could still crush people to death. The spear of Xana, which was already bent to the extreme, immediately flew away. The girl in green was thrown back and rolled for 6 or 7 feet. Her green dress was no longer clean and was covered with dirt and mud. She stood up with difficulty and grabbed the falling spear of Xana. The spear of Xana was the unique skill of the Wang family. Chen Jibao's plum blossom turned from green to purple was also born of this skill. However, when used by him, the green was much better than the blue. During Wang Xiu's lifetime, his biggest regret was that he did not have a son to pass on his unique skill. That was why he taught his disciple Chen Jibao everything he knew. Because the Wang family's spear skill required the support of a strong body and emphasized the counterflow of qi. It was an unorthodox and overbearing method that was most harmful to the body. A woman's body was originally soft and feminine. Such a sinister method was tantamount to adding insult to injury. Later, Chen Jibao became famous for killing his master. Wang Xiu's death was far from what the outside world thought. The moment Blue Bird held the relic, she spat out turbid air and swallowed back the dirty blood. Men of sacrifice deserved to die. Han Diaosi casually grabbed an iron arrow that was very close to his eyes. He was surprised because the second iron arrow had disappeared. Even with his almost unparalleled sharp perception, he could not find out where it was. He casually threw out the iron arrow that had already appeared. It pierced through the head of a horseman in the distance, causing him to fall off his horse and roll on the ground. Han Diaosi turned his head and glanced at the young woman who was accumulating power with her spear. He did not look at her anymore. His gaze was cold as he looked at the black mass of valiant cavalry charging with crushing momentum. He muttered to himself, "Is the human cat so unintimidating?" Han Diaosi rose from the ground. His momentum was exactly the same as Wang Xiaoping and Xiao Fei's sword. It was not something that ordinary cavalry could contend against. With a stomp of his foot, he broke the waist of a man and a horse. The horseman behind the dead man and the horse did not have time to change direction and raised his spear without hesitation. Han Jiaoxi did not make a move at all. He went straight ahead and struck the horseman who had bounced off the huge charging force of the warhorse. The entire warhorse crashed straight into Han Jiaoxi's body. It was as if it had crashed into an iron wall, and the warhorse died on the spot. The horseman who was skilled in horsemanship fought with his life on the line. He slapped the back of his horse and leaped up, chopping down with his blade. Han Jiaoxi did not make a move, and the horse was instantly split into pieces. Before the countless pieces of blood fell to the ground, Han Jiaoxi had already continued forward. The third horseman in the line slightly leaned to the side, relying on his intuition to chop at the head of the black-clothed eunuch. He had just raised his blade when he was pushed by Han Jiaoxi to the side of his warhorse. The man and horse were thrown horizontally into the air, bringing disaster to the other horsemen. They fell to the ground together. If it was only this horizontal death knell, with the ability of the two horsemen, they would not have died together with their horses. However, the human cat's attack was so vicious. The red silk wrapped around his arm came and went, and the two valiant horsemen were split into 5 pieces on the spot. Han Jiaoxi didn't give the frontline cavalry a chance to turn around. He retreated as he fought, making it clear that he wanted to kill all of the cavalry by himself. In the eyes of the second group of cavalry, they were as soft as tofu. Wang Lin's heavy cavalry and Lu Song's light cavalry were all so fragile. Wang Lin brushed past them, and one of his arms was separated from his body along with his bronze hammer. If Lu Song hadn't rushed over and blocked the red thread with his spear, Wang Lin would have followed in his footsteps and been torn apart. The two cavalry leaders were lucky enough to survive and fought side by side. Not only did they not leave the battlefield, they continued to approach the human cat, one of the 3 great demons of the spring and autumn period. Ren Shanyu gritted her teeth and gripped the axe that was seriously incompatible with her delicate body. She took the lead and went forward to help. Behind her, the retainers that Bailiang had secretly raised followed the delicate woman and floated toward the battlefield where flesh and blood were flying everywhere. In a place where the entire army was doomed to die, the general died first. After the general died, the lieutenants died. After all the lieutenants died, the soldiers died. In the distance, Su Fengnian squatted on the ground. The Bailiang saber was stabbed into the ground beside him. His palms were so unsightly that his bones could almost be seen. Su Fengnian turned his head and asked softly, "Is 1 incense stick enough?" The red-robed otherworldly being nodded. Su Fengnian cupped a handful of snow and buried his face in it. After he stood up, he realized that the more he rubbed the blood and snow on his face, the dirtier it became. He raised his arm and wiped it with his sleeve. Then, he grabbed the Bailiang saber. Chapter 789. Han Jiaoxi was like a demon in broad daylight. He arrived behind a swordsman and slashed down with his finger. Then, with a flick of his thumb and middle finger, he peeled off half of the swordsman's skin. However, he did not kill the swordsman completely. His footsteps floated, allowing the swordsman to wobble and fall. The swordsman screamed at the top of his lungs. The human cat continued to move and hunt for rats. Not far away, Lu Song, who was carrying a quiver of arrows, saw this tragic scene and could not bear to see the swordsman suffer. He took out an arrow from his quiver and shot the swordsman to death. The corpse fell back with blood oozing out of his eyes. Han Jiaoxi only had about 70 to 80% of the red string snakes left. They were as long as a whip. Once touched by it, it was fortunate that they only lost an arm or a leg. There were dozens of riders who were torn apart at the waist. Their armors were cut like thin paper. Perhaps this demon who had destroyed a generation of Jianghu did not feel good enough. He separated several long snakes with his whip and whipped them wildly. A few feet away from Han Jiaoxi's center was hell on earth. No one could get close. After Wang Lin lost his arm, he gritted his teeth and bandaged it. He threw out his remaining hammer and it was smashed by the whip. The broken pieces of the hammer flew everywhere like a rainstorm. They were directly shot down by several armored riders around Han Diaosi. One of the pieces even returned. If Wang Lin did not quickly pull out his sword to block it after throwing the hammer, he would have been pierced through the chest and died. However, even though he blocked it, the power of the strike still caused Wang Lin to fall off his horse. Lu Song rode his horse over and bent down to grab Wang Lin's shoulder. He helped him onto his horse and the two of them became one. The cavalrymen who were armed with crossbows were also rendered futile. There were a few times when they fired their arrows between the gaps of the battle formation, but they were like catkins that disturbed the enemy but did not harm them. Instead, they were absorbed by the Hundiao temple with the terrifying force of a whale swallowing them whole. It looked like they had been shot into a hedgehog, but in the blink of an eye, they were all shot back in the opposite direction. A circle of war cavalrymen was completely annihilated. Most of the crossbow arrows penetrated a person's body, but their momentum was still swift and violent. Taking the head of a general in an army of millions had always been regarded as a preposterous talk. The sword emperor of Shishu who guarded the country for the emperor could not do it. Before the fall of the country, the sword masters of the Dongyue sword pool of the older generation also could not do it. However, at this time, Han Diaosi was indeed in a place where there was no resistance. Lu Song and Wang Lin who led the troops and managed the army could be considered outstanding, but they really did not have the experience of thousands of people charging to kill one person. They could not come up with a perfect plan for the time being. They could only use the lives of their troops to fight the devil's internal energy. Fortunately, there were martial arts masters like Ren Shanyu who interspersed and supported Han Diaosi. Although Han Diaosi killed casually and leisurely, after all, he did not cause the morale of the two cavalry troops to collapse. Just by helping to stabilize the continuous offensive of the cavalry troops, more than 80 Bailiang men of sacrifice had already been reduced to half. Except for a few people, they were not Han Diaosi's match. Without exception, they were all killed. It had only been less than half an incense stick's time. Ren Shanyu's hair was disheveled. She was not at all charming like when she was a bandit on the mountain. When she had time to catch her breath, she caught a glimpse of the white-haired young man who was far away from the storm. Women were fickle. Earlier, she admired the handsome Shizi's great achievement in saber skills. Now, she could not help but feel resentful. She resented him for not being a tyrant in Bailiang and provoking such a troublesome living king outside of their territory. The reason why Ren Shanyu clenched her teeth and did not retreat was not that she was risking her life to win some favor. Instead, it was because Su Fengnian's personal servant, the green-clothed woman, was holding a red spear and looking for Han Diaosi to fight to the death. That woman was unafraid of death. Under the shadow of Bailiang, Ren Shanyu, whose life was as fragile as paper, did not dare to retreat even if she was extremely timid. If a general retreated after a fight to the death, even a lowly soldier could be killed. After the green-clothed woman joined the battle, she did not blindly kill with brute force. Instead, she retreated several feet away after she missed her target. Everyone was amazed by her spear art. They did not notice that her lips moved slightly to swallow blood time and time again. Ren Shanyu took a deep breath, calmed herself down, then gave a glance to a few familiar guards around her. Next, they formed a triangle and broke into the battle formation. Han Diaosi held a head with one hand, pulled the head out of the body and threw it backward, smashing one of Ren Shanyu's broad axes into pieces. The woman coughed out a mouthful of blood and kneeled on the ground, covering her mouth with both hands. Blood was dripping down from between her fingers. Some cavalry commanders fought to the death first, while the other two groups of cavalrymen died one after another. 400 died. Nearly half an hour had passed. Han Diaosi lowered his head and glanced at the few red whips, which were not as magnificent as the first one. Outside Kuei Gate Pass in the western region, Han Shengxian was trapped in one of the three battles. He didn't make it to the crucial Iron Gate Pass. He didn't spend too much time fighting against the 3,000 elite cavalrymen led by Wang Ji. Instead, he directly broke through the thick battle formation and headed west. Still, he didn't make it in time to save the Prince Zhao Kai. In the view of this former head of the ceremony directorate, if the young master wanted to sit on the dragon throne, as a servant, he had to step back step by step. First, he had to hand over the head